Immediately covered up. Immediately, they didn't even matter. They don't matter. Don't worry about the two in the corner. Hello. Immediately covered up. Hello. Immediately, they didn't even matter. Yeah, I hear. Don't worry about the two in the corner. Hello. Yeah, I hear myself. Hello. I hear. Hey, Green Knight. Hang on. I hear myself somewhere. Oh, here it is. I think. I'm gonna mute that. All right. Hello, guys. Welcome back. We have not done this in a few months. It's the Warhammer 40k lore. I'm back with Bark and Reed. A few months back we did this, and Bark and Reed were
drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
Knowledge at me about the Warhammer universe, which I'm interested in. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. So we're going to be continuing that. We might not even get through all of it today, and if not, that's fine. We'll do a part 3 at some point, and we'll have all these done, and I'll make it its own playlist or whatever on YouTube. Right now, it's part of Tavern Chatter. But welcome back to our second live stream for Tavern Chatter. Welcome back. Let me undeafen so these two doofuses can start teaching me stuff. No, you guys are released from your prison.
Whoever said we were imprisoned anyway.
But before I start anything, I do have an announcement. Next Sunday I will not be streaming. Or wait, not is it next Sunday? Whatever July 5th lands on. Yeah, next Sunday. Yeah, next Sunday. So yeah, I will not be streaming on that day. Just a random announcement that I wanted to get out of the way. All right, let's get into this.
All right.
I'm ready.
Let's check.
I'm
Do you
ready.
remember anything from last time? You're going to plead the fifth?
I'm going to plead the fifth on that one, sir. Thank you very much. This is not a court. I don't need to remember anything. I remember the gods, the chaos gods, and their demons.
Yeah, and then you're definitely Slaneshi.
And then I think that's it. I think that's all I remember. I know we were just about to start the literally like I think it was the chapters, right? We ended on. We were just gonna get into the chapters. So this is what I was most excited for. So I'm ready. I'm ready to learn.
All right. Just a quick recap is all the chapters of the 40k universe all originated from the 20 legions of the Astartes, which rather than 1,000 a chapter were generally made up of at least over 100,000, sometimes more. Something like the Emperor's Children would rarely go over 100,000, while others like the Ultramarines would get close to 200,000, simply because of how they worked. Unless you went to really old lore, then a legion was literally just 5,000.
Yeah.
The 20 legions in general had two phases. The first phase is they all recruited from Terra, obviously Earth, the home world.
Yeah, yeah.
And after they found their Primarch, they started recruiting instead from their new home world rather than the throne world itself. Which
again, I guess I should quickly say as well as a reminder that the Primarchs are, in essence, the Emperor's sons.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all made in a lab and scattered, and each legion under them is made from the same genetic material as their Primarch. So also quite often in media, the Space Marines will refer to their Primarch as their father.
Okay.
So they weren't born from him, but they were elevated to Space Marines using his genetic material.
Okay.
Yeah. Every Space Marine, generally, they're recruited as children, put through essentially the surgery and the indoctrination to make them into Space Marines. Many don't survive the process.
Okay.
Because it's a very brutal system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess since I did talk about it with Reed yesterday, and I was going to do it at a later point, but I may as well do it now.
Yep.
I've mentioned it prior, but how the Space Marines have a lot of new organs thrown into them.
Yeah, don't they have like double organs or something like that?
Yeah, well, I'm going to list out everything they have.
Oh.
They have 20 new organs put into them. Now, these aren't necessarily in the order that they're put in. This is just the list they're shown in the first book I've got with them all in. If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So the first thing is they have a secondary heart, which is just to boost blood supply around the body. They have the os modular, which strengthens their bones and will eventually fuse their rib cage into one solid chunk. They have the biscopia, which just releases more hormones into them, which makes them grow bigger. This one I have to give a second to read properly. The 𝐏𝐢𝐻𝐿, which just improves their blood chemistry. The Laraman's organ, which just immediately clots their blood, just to prevent bleeding quicker. The Catalaspian node, which is pretty much just something input into their brain, which means that they can just turn half their brain off, so they don't have to actually ever sleep.
That's what I do during streams.
You're doing it right now, aren't you?
I cannot confirm nor deny. but I am listening.
They have the pre-normal, which is a pre-stomach, which allows them to digest poisons and other inedible materials.
Okay.
The onophagia, which it allows them to pretty much consume the flesh of their enemies and gain their memories from it.
Oh.
Something that's very rarely seen in lore, but it's something they have. What's the other one? They have the multi-lung, which is a third lung, which allows them to breathe toxic air and even partly underwater.
Oh.
The ocular lobe, which just improves their vision more. The Laraman's ear, which again just improves their hearing and prevents dizziness. The Susan membrane, which allows a space marine to go into a state of suspended animation.
Oh.
Mainly if they're severely injured. They have the otolytic kidney, which just improves their to detox themselves. The neurologist enhances their taste and smell. So they can pretty much just like lick a rock and know what it's made out of on a cellular level.
That's actually pretty cool. Okay. I want that.
They have the mucranoid, which allows them to secrete a waxy substance. Pretty much again, if they're put into a suspended animation, they pretty much make a cocoon around themselves. It's mainly to help against temperature extremes or in the vacuum. They have the Betcher's gland, which allows them to produce acidic saliva.
Huh.
And the most important one is the progenoid, which is the gene seed itself. This one, I believe, is actually incorporated into an aspirant first, as this holds all the genetic material needed for all the others to be added later on. And is also the one that, if a space marine dies, it is then removed and will then be implanted into a new aspirant afterwards.
Okay.
So in a weird way, space marines do reproduce asexually because that organ is always needed to transfer to another.
Oh, okay.
In a very weird roundabout sense of it.
Yeah.
And then the final of the original organs put into a space marine is the black carapace, which is pretty much neurocoils put under the skin of a space marine. You remember at the start of Space Marine 2 when you wake up from surgery?
Yeah.
You remember all those metal discs he had on his arms?
Yeah.
Those are where the suit plugs into it, so he pretty much becomes one with it.
Okay.
But then the final three organs were only introduced with the new Primaris breed marines. The first is the sinew coils. It's pretty much they just strengthen the muscles of the space marine with like metallic coil fibers.
Huh.
Then they have the magnificant, which even further increases their growth compared to normal space marines. And then finally is the Belisarian furnace. Pretty much it's a gland that when a space marine takes a lethal hit or a near lethal hit, it triggers and dumps a cocktail of stims and muscle enhancements into their body. Pretty much they have a organic defibrillator.
Huh. That's pretty cool. Neat little things.
And those are so all of that through many years is shoved into a 13-year-old.
Jesus Christ, okay.
Yep.
This is why a lot of them die after being selected as well, because you could have 13 of the 20 put into you, and then the 14th one your body would just horrifically reject.
Yeah.
And the different like chapters have different like acceptance rates. So, some gene seed is a lot more volatile than others.
Yeah.
Like the Ultramarines and Imperial Fists generally have really good acceptance rates because their gene seed isn't. It's fairly clean, is the best way to put it.
And you thought regular puberty sucked.
Others like the Space Wolves have essentially they've got an extra part of their gene seed, which means they can almost only recruit from their home worlds.
Yeah.
Because if they try to recruit from others, it'll almost always result in rejection rate.
Yeah.
So high rate of acceptance from their home world, pretty much nothing from anywhere else. The screen failed.
No. I was turning you down.
Ah.
That's crazy though. It's a fucked up way to do it, but I guess it works.
Alright. On to now is the Dark Angels.
Now, we did actually cover these last stream right before we finished, but we'll just go over them again.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as it is with the numbers, the Dark Angels are the first Legion, and they were the first to be, I guess you could say, deployed. I guess that's the most easiest way to say it.
Yeah.
Their Primarch, Lionel Johnson, pretty much hammered into them their idea of them with their merciless offense and extremely dogged defense. They do have a very knightly appearance. Again, most of that is based off the Lion's upbringing, being brought up by literal knights on a feral world.
Huh.
But with that as well, the house also led to them being extremely secretive Legion and or chapter, keeping many secrets with them, especially with their most important being that of the Fallen, where a good chunk of their Legion actually turned traitor during the Horus Heresy, which did lead to their homeworld being destroyed in a clash between the two sides. But even now, 10,000 years later, the Dark Angels are still seeking out the Fallen and are still very much trying to keep it a secret, killing anyone who finds out, or even completely pulling out of other active war zones due to just a hint of a Fallen being nearby.
Huh. That's interesting.
Again, there has been a bit more lore recently since the Lion has actually returned, because he was one of the Primarchs who had vanished for 10,000 years. And he is actively seeking out the Fallen himself, and he is personally declaring if they are worthy to be brought back into the chapter or to be killed off. So they used to just kill on sight, or I guess they capture and try and interrogate them. But it is now more of just their own Primarch doing it solo.
Yeah.
But then with the little bits we have underneath, their homeworld of Caliban, as I stated, was destroyed when the two sides of the Legion fought against each other. Their Primarch being the Lion, as he is called, and their current chapter master, so the current head of the actual chapter itself, is Azrael. And we mentioned it before, but the legions themselves used to be a lot bigger, but there was an edict written where a force that big or Space Marines can't be allowed to exist. So the legions were broken up into smaller organizations, usually carrying on some culture or iconography of the original, but branching off used with their own colour schemes and own names, but usually following a sort of trend. As you can see with the ones underneath with Angels of Absolution, Redemption, Vengeance, and then the Cowed Wardens.
That goes hard.
All
That name goes
sort
hard. That's sick band name.
Again, it's all sort of fitting, like those three sort of all sort of names link into them, hunting down the fallen.
Yeah.
And even the final one, sort of wardens like looking out for them, and cowed because all like the knightly aesthetics they had.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, one thing I also didn't really include on this slide was oh, hey Yoden.
What's up, Yoden?
One thing that is the Dark Angels are actually basically the one legion that is constantly working with Xenos on their home world. There's a small Xeno race called the Watched in the Dark, which think of them as little halflings that are always in full body cloaks, and they're pretty much always working with the Dark Angels, which is again another of their secrets that they keep from everyone else.
Oh, okay.
But as far as I'm aware, we still don't even really know what the Watchers are. I believe, as I'm pretty sure there was in one story, a Space Marine tried to look under the hood, and then he just died trying to. We don't know if it's like psychically done or what, but he died trying to find out what they were.
Huh.
Yeah, so yeah, there's pretty much nothing known about them.
That's interesting.
Other than they're anti-chaos. That's pretty much all we know.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting.
And here's Lionel Johnson, basically a younger version and a fully adult version.
Huh.
One is a knight and the other is the warlord when he took command of his legion.
Yeah. The helmet goes hard. That Dark Souls ass helmet.
Well, I mean, like we said, the Dark Angels especially have the nice knightly aesthetics of them all.
Now it is the second legion. Calling it now just the Forgotten. All we know is there's a knowledge of this. This legion did interact with quite a few of the legions and Primarchs, but knowledge of them was just ripped out of their minds, with essentially all information being purposely let to fade and become obscured.
Huh.
With it's been suspected that the remnants of the Legion was integrated into the Ultramarines, which may have been why they were so large of a legion. But that is also not confirmed.
Yeah.
But
I feel like there's a lot of unconfirmed and confirmed like situations going on with this.
I'll say,
yeah.
Like discounted lore wise, it's essentially so that if you didn't want to make your chapter based off any of the others, you could just make it up. That's the entire point of essentially the 2nd and the 11th Legions.
Yeah.
So you can make your own backstory for them, for your own custom chapters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lore-wise, just the information is removed, people are sworn to secrecy, and now everything's forgotten about them.
Huh.
And now we come to the Legion that Chusi would most likely be a part of.
Yep, the Emperor's Children. I guess before we get too far into it, I guess we'll say the reason why we think they're most like you is because they're Slaanesh based, or will be Slaanesh based.
Fair enough.
I mean, you're not even fighting it, which is surprising.
There is no reason to fight, only accept.
But I mean, yeah, during the time of the Great Crusade, when they were still loyal, they were one of the most lauded of all the legions. Some of the most noble and cultured there were. Especially since at the time as well. Again, you've probably seen images of it, but you know the double eagle you see for the Imperium quite a lot, the two-headed one?
Yeah.
That was the Emperor's personal heraldry, just simply known as the Aquila. The Emperor's children were the only ones allowed to don it on their armour. That's how high regarded they were before their fall.
Okay.
But yeah, in the latter days of the Great Crusade, they eventually fell to Slaanesh, and are now extremely individualistic and are seeking to satisfy their own desires in any way possible. So, in their previous desires were to seek out perfection in any way possible, and that has been twisted and perverted in many different ways. I mean, I guess the most good example you can think of is a unit they developed called the Cacophony. They pretty much would kill enemies with sound weapons. And eventually, in modern day, and simply known as noise marines, they eventually, like, the longer it went on, their structure, their discipline completely broke down, and by the time they reached Terra, so Earth, and were meant to assault his own palace, they just fucked off really and went hunting down and killing civilians, torturing them, doing anything to fill their own twisted desires really.
Okay.
As I said, like, with Slaanesh, the whole thing was pleasure and desire, feelings, everything cranked up to 11. So they really revelled in it. That's probably the best way to describe them, really.
Yeah. Bunch of
But
freaks.
and with many future traitor legions, their homeworld of, I've actually never said it out loud, is it Chemnos? I'm assuming that's how you say it.
I would say Chimos.
Chimos. We'll go with that. But yeah, as with many homeworlds of the traitor legions, it was eventually destroyed. And now, again, with most, they reside in the Eye of Terror, which is pretty much, it was a tear in the universe which led him straight into the warp. And their Primarch Fulgrim, who has now ascended to demonhood and is now a giant four-armed snake person.
Oh. That's pretty metal.
I mean, well, actually, there may be pictures afterwards, so I'll hold onto it. They don't have a chapter master of such now, as most traitor legions are no longer a single entity. They too have broken up into many sub-factions known as warbands. Pretty much it's just select groups who are fallen under a certain command, or due to bonds of friendship, loyalty, or even slavery.
Yeah.
Fight with a certain group of their own. They don't fight as a whole anymore.
Okay.
And then notable members they have for those who turn traitor is Fabius Bile, who is their chief apothecary, so their medic.
Yeah.
He is sort of gone rogue as well. He's no longer with the Emperor's children themselves anymore, and he does a lot of genetic experimentation, including making multiple clones of some of the Primarchs. The first one being that of Horus himself, who was eventually killed. And he also made a clone of Fulgrim, his gene father, and sold it to Trazyn the Infinite, the Necron we told about, who has that museum.
Yeah.
With his Pokeballs.
He made one and then sold it to him.
Can't say that. We'll get sued.
No, it's fine.
Legally distinct.
Legally distinct Pokeballs.
And then there's Lucius the Eternal, who was one of, if not the greatest swordsman in the Ordered Legions. But that name, the Eternal, actually means something, because he isn't immortal. He can die and has died many times. But due to this being Slaanesh, if the person who killed him or even has a link to killing him feels any sort of gratification for it, that Lucius's soul will take over their body and they will eventually become Lucius.
That's unfortunate, but okay.
But yeah, I mean, it can mean in any way. It could be someone who killed him in combat. It could be someone on the other side of the galaxy who took pride in making weapons, and a mine that Lucius stepped on killed him. But because he took pride in his work, and that pride killed Lucius, he would become him.
Okay. Again, that's
in
fucked
essence,
up, but alright.
Pretty much, it was more of a way of actually Slaanesh fucking with Lucius because of how prideful he was.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a boon and a punishment.
Yeah. It's also important to mention that the rule about someone feeling satisfaction is it's essentially just Slaanesh having fun with it.
Yeah.
Like, if Lucius died without anyone feeling satisfaction, if Slaanesh wanted, they just snap their fingers and bring him back. It's purely a game for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, be honest, most of this, in all honesty, when it comes to the Chaos factions, their gods don't really care what happens. They just want to see what happens more than anything else.
Yeah, yeah.
And then finally there's Rylanor, who we have mentioned in passing a few times, who was a loyalist dreadnought, who I guess his two most notable things that happened to him was he was the one who tried to warn most of, or at least was involved in warning the loyalists when the loyalist sections of all the traitor legions were culled. But I think his most famous incident was his last stand. In essence, he was, again, we've sort of talked about this story before, but he was half destroyed, laying in half dormancy for about 10,000 years, sending out a distress call which would he would pretty much try to lure his Primarch to him so he could kill him. A few others got to him first, but in essence they're not really that important in this story.
Yeah.
Fulgrim did come to him and taunt him until this half-broken dreadnought pulled a virus bomb from behind him and detonated it. A virus bomb being something that literally eats away at all matter and will continue to until it's burnt itself out.
Yeah.
It didn't actually kill Fulgrim because he's a demon, but it's probably his most famous event and his final one at that.
It did leave a mark on Fulgrim, though. Because he's a demon, he's essentially as a being of thought, spiritual attacks and harm can actually leave lasting effects. It's noted in the story. In the story, he had grabbed Rylanor and he wanted to convert him into a Chaos Marine. Simply because he took pleasure in the fact that Rylanor was horrified and terrified of that happening. So when Rylanor defied him and eventually died when the virus bomb went off, it essentially left a scar on Fulgrim because of how he had been denied something he wanted.
Yeah.
It hasn't really had relevance in the plot yet, but it is a mark on him that they could pull on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we just say that. They might pull on it again, but...
They might not.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? Not... On Christmas of 2024, they unveiled the new Fulgrim model, so he's actually now got a full plastic kit of him in his demon form. they did release a novel to go along with the release, but I haven't read it, so I don't really know the implements. But pretty much with that model coming back and that novel, that's the first time he's actually really had any relevance in lore since the Heresy. He's been around in that, but this is the first major event, you could say.
Yeah.
So they may pull in it at some point. We just don't know.
Yeah. So law-wise is the Chaos Gods essentially got what they wanted out of the Heresy.
Yeah.
And since all the traitor Primarchs had descended into demons, the Chaos Gods pretty much had a tight leash on all of them. So none of them, until recently, none of them left the Eye of Terror.
Okay. That armor's sick. On the demon version, that armor goes hard.
Yeah, difference between Fulgrim the Illuminator on the left and Fulgrim the Demon Prince on the right.
Huh.
Now on to one I am admittedly biased against, the Iron Warriors. Now, what is the Iron Warriors are they're some of the best offensive siege troopers. Pretty much any fortification you put in their path, they could crack open and break it.
Yeah.
Though this, in fact, it did tend to take its toll on them, with them having, compared to most other legions, relatively high casualties. And obviously, which resulted in their Primarch Perturabo constantly demanding more and more troops and converts from his world of Olympia.
I like how so far in every slot, it's like you look at Homeworld, the name, and then destroyed. Like, there has not been one planet that I've seen so far that's like alive or okay or just not destroyed.
I mean,
Look, don't worry about
in
it.
fairness, yeah, most of the traitor ones will be destroyed. Dark Angels was an unfortunate accident, but most of the other loyalists are all right.
It's just destroyed. All right, go on. I just wanted to point that out. That was funny.
Yeah. Now, initially, the Iron Warriors stand out in the fact that they didn't actually fall to chaos before the Heresy. Is that as the Heresy had just begun, the Iron Warriors' home world had essentially launched a rebellion against Perturabo, because he had steadily over multiple campaigns bled the entire planet dry, demanding resources, recruits for both the Imperial Army and for the Iron Warriors to convert. So eventually the people ultimately had enough and rebelled, with Perturabo then returning and essentially sacking and burning the entire planet to punish them.
Huh.
And the reason they became traitors is Perturabo just looked around, realised, shit, I'm not going to be forgiven for doing this, because the Emperor's going to punish me.
Yeah.
At which point Horus turned up and basically said, look, you screwed either way, so join me. help me overthrow the Emperor, and you'll have a full pardon.
Huh. Okay.
It's also probably, you can probably also add the fact that due to how they waged war, they were also given some of the hardest but also least gratifying jobs given. So they were just sort of given awful assignments on the arse end of nowhere and didn't get any glory for it, like other legions did. Which did embitter them quite a bit.
Yeah. Though that itself can also be also because a lot of the time we're told this from Perturabo's, or people who directly listen to Perturabo's perspective. And we've seen on several occasions when Perturabo is complimented, he will even thinking in his head, sneering at them, thinking, "Oh, you don't know anything, so your words mean nothing."
Yeah.
And that actually sorted out in when he sacked his home world. He confronted his mortal sister, who was actually the one who organized the rebellion. Her sister, also known as 𝐾𝐫𝐭+. At this point, she's pretty much an extreme old woman. She's bound to a chair. She's pretty much like in her 80s.
Yeah.
Physically. And she pretty much tears into him over the state of Olympia and Perturabo's personality.
Oh.
I'll just give a quick view of Perturabo.
It's a lot of guns.
I think you can guess which one's pre-heresy. Yeah, essentially, his sister narrates that she initially blamed the Emperor for how things were going, but then she started studying Perturabo's campaigns, and that she noticed something. Yes, he had difficult campaigns, but over and over, Perturabo chose essentially kept choosing the most difficult path over and over. And she called him out, essentially saying that he had a martyr's complex, that he wanted to skulk around in the dark and to suffer in silence and have people point out, "Look, there's Perturabo. Lord him, he's suffering in silence." As she put it, with how he'd acted, he had sulked his way to damnation.
Damn.
And his reply to that was to pick her up and snap her neck.
Oh, that's a fair reply. Very mature reply, if I might add.
Yeah. And then start crying and talk about how go woe is me because he did it.
Jesus Christ! All right.
Yeah, I'll admit, I am biased. Like, Perturabo was given a shit hand, but he also purposely didn't make anything better for himself.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to be lauded for it.
To be completely honest, with the Iron Warriors, I think they're one of the examples where the Primarch is just shit, but
yeah,
but pretty much the actual Legion themselves are amazing. Like, they have some amazing characters in there.
Oh yeah, so with Primarchs, they're extremely good, memorable, and it's a Legion. They're an excellent foil for their counterparts in the Imperial Fists. In that they're both experts at sieging and fortifications, but just inverted.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very much a case of a ship Primarch and a great Legion.
Can't have both.
Yep. Now out of the notable Marines. Well, first of all, obviously, Olympia was destroyed, and their new world is called Medrengard, which is a demon world which is dedicated to forging. And the Legion has just scattered for the most part, so it remains a defunct chapter master title. Some of the notable Marines was Barbarous d'Antioch, who was actually essentially one of Perturabo's detractors in his own Legion, constantly questioning his orders and questioning why he's choosing a certain way.
Yeah.
He was during the heresy. He actually sided with the Ultramarines and fought beside them, and was basically instrumental in setting off the Pharos device, the thing that both stabilized Ultramar and was likely what has been drawing the Tyranids to the galaxy.
Okay.
I'll probably just add with Danchok as well is
Yeah.
he wasn't especially old, but he looked ancient due to him fighting the Hrud, which we've mentioned before, because they actually pretty much had almost like a time manipulation power. So he got aged significantly, at least physically, and Perturabo saw him and saw his aged face as a sign of failure and told him to never show his face to him again. So we took it literally. He went to the forges and made a metal mask in the resemblance of their Legion skull icon. He literally took the Scolding mask and burnt it onto his face and then returned to his Primarch because he's not actually showing his face anymore.
I mean, that's dedication right there, but
Well, I mean, that's just another example of how the Iron Warriors are just really fucking spiteful, even the
Yeah.
loyalist ones.
Yeah, that is it's a defining trait of the Iron Warriors, which I can respect. They're pretty much they're very willing to be spiteful.
yeah.
On average, more than any other Marines. Next on the list is Warsmith Thorix. Obviously, he was one of the first Marines actually recruited from Olympia once the Emperor found Perturabo, and was during the heresy. He was one of those who actually hunted down various loyalist fleets, most notably an Imperial Fist fleet that was designed to attack the traitors.
Yeah.
And he was the one. After the Siege of Terra failed and broke, Thorix was the one who essentially took command and led the Iron Warriors to safety. He's actually died at this point during the last Black Crusade. He'd generally become disillusioned with the entire fight between Chaos and the Imperium.
Yeah.
Which essentially made him an outcast amongst the other Chaos Marines, and ultimately he would die during the Black Crusade. As for them, we have Barban Falk, or as he prefers to be called, the Warsmith.
The Wars. Okay.
Yeah. During the heresy, he would generally become jaded and detached from everything that was going on.
Yeah.
Insisting people don't call him Barban Falk anymore and just call him the Warsmith. With him essentially being the leader of the Iron Warriors once Perturabo stepped back and became a Demon Prince.
Huh.
He himself is technically dead because he's ascended and become a Demon Prince himself. And here we go again.
The fucking mech.
Yeah.
It's like a giant mech suit.
Yeah, I said, well, that's Perturabo in his deep art form. He essentially covered himself in machines from using the Dark Mechanicum.
It's fucking just. It's a War Machine.
Yeah,
That's fucked up War Machine.
One of the most. It's the most recent art. I'm pretty sure it only came out like late last year.
Oh shit.
Not even that. It came out in like April.
Oh, God.
Maybe March, but it came out with a campaign book for the end of 10th edition.
Oh yeah, that was it.
So yeah, it's a very recent image and the first canon image of Demon Perturabo.
Okay.
And next, we have what is generally known to many as the most boring legion, the White Scars.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but I think that's just down to current model syndrome, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, that is. Honestly, it's basically an old thing. But with the Horror Heresy books, the White Scars have gotten a lot more love.
Yeah. But anyway,
they used to be known as the boring ones.
Yeah, the White Scars are all about speed. Most of whether it's transports, bikes, air speeders, even jump packs themselves, they pretty much are known for lightning fast assaults. Whether that is direct en masse attacks or hit and run tactics, most of their stuff
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
is pretty much done on the saddle of some sort of fast vehicle.
Thank you for the hydrate.
But then again, most of it also sort of goes hand in hand because they are from a hunter's world of people where they're all about horse riding and hunting on the flat steppes of their homeworld of 𝐂𝐴𝐻.
Which is not destroyed.
In essence, they are. In essence, White Scars are space Mongolians.
Okay.
But yeah, during the heresy, as we sort of mentioned a bit earlier, they were in the middle sort of thing. Their Primarch, 𝐂𝐻𝐸 really wanted to wait and see where he should be standing. It was a very confusing time when it all initially happened. But yeah, there were some attempts on him from the Chaos Alliance side of his legion. But eventually most of it would side with the Emperor and would eventually make their way back to Terra for its defense. And as you pointed out, the home of the 𝐂𝐴𝐻 isn't destroyed.
Nice.
Although it has been attacked, but it has been attacked multiple times. Their Primarch is 𝐂𝐻𝐸, and I guess we should sort of state this with him. His current status is unknown. All we know is that after the heresy, he found out that the Dark Eldar had been raiding his world. So he chased them through one of their portal networks, and he hasn't been seen since. So, most likely, he's just missing, because I feel like they're going to probably bring him back in the next few years. But that is with most of the loyalists, that is their status. We just don't know what they're like.
Yeah.
And their current chapter master, 𝐿𝐻𝐸 Khan, he actually currently he's alive but inactive, as he was during their most recent invasion of the homeworld. He was mortally wounded and is pretty much stuck on a life support bed.
Yeah. Something to quick mention is that the Jubal and 𝐂𝐻𝐸 sharing the last name is more a case of the name.
It's a title.
Yeah, the name Khan is more a title.
Yeah.
Than anything else. They'll essentially shed their last name and take Khan for themselves.
Yeah, it is a weird one because the chapter master uses it, but so does every captain as well. So, I mean, the most famous captain we have at the moment for the White Scars is Christ, I've actually forgotten his name now. Damn it.
The most famous captain is
I almost said 𝐿𝐻𝐸 again. But either one of them that I can know, because he's first company now, is Sabodin Khan. Again, he has the Khan title.
Yeah.
At the end, so it is just a title used. But yeah, with some of their successor chapters they have are the Mantis Warriors, the Storm Lords, the Dark Hunters, and the Destroyers.
Ah, just Destroyers. That's so good, alright.
Actually, two of the more interesting ones are the Mantis Warriors, because they didn't turn traitor, but they were actually in a successionist civil war fighting for the successionists.
Yeah.
It was very complicated, and I won't go through it. Most of it was they didn't know what was going on all from behind the scenes. But in a meme way, the whole civil war happened due to someone didn't want to pay taxes.
Oh. So normal reasons for civil war. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the Dark Hunters, they actually have a distaste for technology after fighting a war quite early on in their history. So they will use vehicles and such, but they do have a deep distrust of it all. They pretty much only use it because it's necessary.
Also, there's also a funny fact about their homeworld name. Is that it actually has two different names. Chagoris is just what the inhabitants and the White Scars call it. To the Imperium at large, it's called Mundus Planus.
Mundus Planus.
Which quite literally just means plain world. Or flat world.
Yeah. Fucked up.
Which also was used a lot in the boring memes about this chapter.
It's planetary racism. I love the horse has a fucking lightning bolt, by the way.
Yeah, they gotta go fast.
Fucking that horse is a lightning bolt on his head, so that goes hard, man.
I mean that lightning bolt was Jaggertai's like personal heraldry. You can see it on his chest there, and on the other picture, you can actually see it's on his forehead in the other picture.
It was all for his horse.
Alright, so 5 legions in. Any extra questions?
Nope, I'm enjoying this. This is good. We're good.
He's nodding away.
Yeah. Right, what legions have we covered?
This one, the White Scars, the Siege Warrior dudes. What the fuck were they called?
Iron Warriors.
There we go. Dark Angels and the Forgotten.
Hey, good job.
And your ones.
Yeah, the Emperor's Children or some shit.
Yeah,
there
good job.
Go. Which I guess should also say, but I guess this is a bit late, but I'll say it now. They keep that name out of spite as well, calling themselves the Emperor's Children. Their war cry even now is still for the Emperor.
Yeah, they basically just mock the Imperium at this point.
Alright. Bunch of memers.
And I think the next one, Nari will bond with the next one.
Yep, the Vilka Fenrika, also known as the Space Wolves,
or
the Wolves of Fenris. It's kind of a case of they call themselves the Vilka Fenrika, but most others just call them the Space Wolves. These case, the Space Wolves are essentially a brotherhood of glory seekers. They'll go out, hunt the enemies of the Imperium, and generally try to fuzz sagas and songs so that when they die, they'll be remembered.
Okay.
One thing they specialize in is, compared to other Marines, they're expert hunters. Due to the mutation in their gene seed, they generally have extra traits of wolves. So they have better sense of smell, stronger sense of taste, better hearing. But this does come with a downside, which is the Space Wolves' biggest secret. It's known as the Wolfen Curse. Essentially, each Space Wolf will essentially be fighting in a beast. And at that point, if they ever give in to it, they'll essentially mutate into a giant werewolf, and they'll essentially become a rabid animal.
Yeah.
And the mutation in that gene seed is partly why they can't recruit off their homeworld. And also why they don't really have many successors, simply because they need to keep that a secret. And obviously, they can't have if they had, say, 10 chapters recruiting from the same world, the planet would just be emptied
Yeah.
very quickly.
Huh.
Now, during the heresy, the Space Wolves were actually sent to detain Magnus Red and the Thousand Sons because Magnus had made a big mistake that essentially made sure that the Emperor would be trapped on Terra throughout the entire heresy. That can be covered more on the Thousand Sons one. But yeah, eventually, due to miscommunication, the Space Wolves eventually would attack Prospero, the Thousand Sons' home world, where essentially the entire Legion would half go feral and start sacking the world.
Huh.
Which would also affect Leman Russ as he realised that his Legion was essentially going feral, and he tried to hammer them back into shape. Now, one of the titles of the Space Wolves was also the Emperor's Executioners, and it's both hinted and suspected that they took part in whatever happened to either the 2nd or the 11th Legions, because it's been noted that the Space Wolves are experts at fighting other Astartes, and that was before the heresy.
Yeah.
And during the novels, even Leman Russ even notes that he's had to fight other legions, even if he can't remember who.
Yeah.
Approaching the end of the heresy, Leman Russ actually launched an attack designed to kill Horus before he could reach Terra, and he actually almost managed it. He managed to disable and board their flagship, and while he would ultimately fail, he would actually wound Horus before having to retreat. Though his own injuries would make him sit out pretty much most of the rest of the heresy.
Yeah.
And the Siege of Terra. So yeah, their homeworld is Fenris, which is essentially it's a giant ball of ice.
Oh, I mean, I can see that.
It's
I get like Viking vibes from these dudes.
Yeah, that is pretty much.
They literally just are Space Marine Vikings.
Oh, that goes hard, man. That's my culture right there, bro. I love that.
Yeah, they're wolves full of giant mammoths, wolves that are built like tigers.
Oh, yeah, like dire wolves and shit like that.
Yeah, and generally just lots of dangerous megafauna, with the population being split between various little tribes.
So you think
very much doubt it, Yoda.
No, I don't even remember the first part, to be honest with you. I'm definitely failing the exam.
Yeah, he's definitely getting an F.
There are no wolves on Fenris?
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up.
What?
There are no wolves on Fenris because
absolutely bamboozled, but okay.
There is pretty much that is that Fenris itself it's essentially suspected that during the Dark Ages technology, it was essentially built like a LARP world. So every animal there is just it was essentially built as a place where people would go and LARP as being like hardy warriors.
Goddamn nerds, space nerds, alright?
Yeah, so pretty much all the animals there are they're essentially created from scratch. So the wolves aren't in any way related to Earth wolves. They're just made to look like them.
Okay.
Which is why the wolves on Fenris are actually expected to be actually fairly close to human intelligence.
Holy shit, okay. I like these guys.
But they're still fairly vicious pack hunters.
Oh, that's fair, though.
I mean, I guess we should also say that when Leman Russ landed on Fenris, he was raised by wolves.
Oh,
yeah.
Of course he was. Why wouldn't he be?
Yeah, and
Of course.
Lehman Russ's earliest brothers were essentially just a pack of wolves.
Respect it.
But yeah, even now with like in the modern setting, they do use packs of Fenrisian wolves as shock troops, and even some of the larger ones they refer to as thunder wolves. They actually ride as cavalry.
That goes hard. Okay.
Yeah, you have to remember this is uses cavalry for space marines.
Yeah.
That gives you an idea of how big they are.
That's a big fucking dog.
Yep.
A fucking
But
hellhound.
they won't bite. But they won't bite, I promise.
Yeah, Princess doesn't bite. Don't worry.
Yeah, just beat the snoot, it'll be fine.
Yeah, a giant space wolf. All right, that's good. They're cool. I like these ones. I gotta say these are like I like these a lot so far.
Yeah.
Not because they hit home, but.
And I'll say, as a Thousand Suns fan, I'm not the biggest fan of Heresy era Space Wolves, but I do like their aesthetic, and I do quite like them in the modern setting.
Yeah, I like their if their fit is more like Viking style, that's sick. I definitely like that a lot.
Yeah, easier to put it is
They
during
love
the
to drink.
during the Heresy during the Heresy era, they're essentially savages dressing themselves up as noble warriors.
I love it.
In the modern era, they're noble warriors dressing themselves up as savages.
I like it.
And it was essentially the heresy and the sacking of Prospero that caused that shift.
I like these guys. These are my favorite so far.
The current one is the current chapter master is Logan Grimnar, who's been the chapter master for I think over 500 years.
Grimnar, that's a metal name. All right. Sick name.
Yep. And the Space Wolves actually have the only dreadnought that has actually fought beside the Emperor.
Huh.
Also known as Bjorn the Fell-Handed.
I love the Viking names too. These guys are cool. The fuck?
There was also a period where the Space Wolves fought the Inquisition, and the Inquisition were actually getting prepared to wipe out the Space Wolves, simply because the Space Wolves had defied them.
Yeah.
But when Bjorn the Fell-Handed woke up, essentially everyone stood down. Because it's essentially equivalent of... Bjorn was essentially a demigod. They had records of him fighting beside their god.
Yeah.
So pretty much the entire Inquisition had to back down and allow the Inquisitor who started the whole mess to be killed.
And also, this isn't necessarily linked, but since you're already referring to the Emperor as their god, again, following the Viking themes, they do refer to the Emperor as the All-Father.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that so much, dude. That's so good.
Oh.
I love that. All right. These guys are 10 out of 10 already. I like these guys.
And last thing, just to keep with the theme, well, here's Lehman Russ.
It looks like Thor.
Is one of the way the Emperor recruited Lehman Russ was quite literally to wrestle him.
I like it. I love it.
Like, diplomacy wasn't going to work, so the Emperor challenged... The Emperor disguised himself as basically a mortal man and challenged Lehman Russ to a wrestling contest.
I love it.
And then just picked Lehman Russ up and slammed him to the floor. At that point, Lehman Russ just went, yep, you're the boss here.
Well, I'm pretty sure in some story, I think Lehman Russ was talking to someone in private, and he says, "Oh yeah, I'll let the Emperor win."
Yeah,
knowing
pretty
damn
much.
well he couldn't actually win.
Oh, these guys are sick. All right, I like these dudes.
Yeah, I said, and during the heresy, Lehman Russ's entire journey with that was essentially being an arrogant and bigoted idiot who generally has to wise up.
Yeah.
As he keeps screwing up.
After he lost
And
to
again-
Lehman, in a drinking and eating contest.
Yeah, that as well.
But yeah, and again with like in modern setting, we don't know where he is. We just know he chased the traitors into the Eye of Terror and hasn't been seen since.
Fucking shut up.
And declared to his legion.
Yes, again, they might try and bring him back in a couple of years' time, because, like I said, he isn't confirmed as dead, just simply missing.
Yeah.
Clear reference. When he vanished, he pretty much declared that when the end times is happening, end times or Ragnarok is happening, then he'll reappear.
That's fair.
But who knows when that'll be?
I mean, currently the entire galaxy is split in half, so that could have been a time. But no,
Yeah.
it's not big. It's not that bad yet for him.
He's like,
I'm
He's like, I'm not worried about that. I'm waiting till Ragnarok starts. I'll be back when that happens.
I'm half expecting it to be either a major Necron dynasty wakes up in force, or a big Tyranid high fleet arrives and starts wrecking people. If he does come back. All right, and now my favourite that I'm letting Bart take over.
No, yeah, because you're gonna be fucking biased as shit, aren't you?
Well, I'm going to start by saying this first of all. Where people say that they think white scars are the most boring, I do think the Imperial Fists are, because no, I'll grant they've got good characters. Aesthetically wise, they've got absolutely nothing. They are just yellow Marines.
Oh.
Even the Ultramarines have better drip than the Imperial Fists
Fucking
do.
yellow? Ew.
Just because you hate painting yellow.
Yeah,
just because it's really horrible to paint.
I mean, I'll agree with Bark. Yellow's a boring ass color. I'm sorry. Yellow's such a basic bitch color. These mustard ass Marines are over here.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Red and Black.
Excuse me, it's usually orange.
Anyway, letting people's clearly wrong decision of what's a good Legion aside.
Wow. Alright, I was about this. I'm gonna shit on the Thousand Suns now. Magnus did everything wrong.
Not if I don't let you get a single word in.
He's gonna kick you from the call.
Anyway,
yeah, go on.
The Imperial Fists are stalwart defenders, in the same way where the Iron Warriors are built for offensive sieges. The Imperial Fists are on the defensive side of the siege. They build walls and they will hold positions until the last. Which all that with all that being expert in defense and their zealous defense was instrumental during the Horus Heresy, especially during the battles for the Sol System, and most importantly, the Siege of Terror itself, the Emperor's very own palace. They do pretty much see it as an ultimate form of war, seeing it as the best way to harness the true skills of a warrior, whether that is in the form of combat itself, strategy, intelligence, the lot. And as it says, they didn't hold Terror alone when it eventually got round to it. They were also aided by the White Scars and the Blood Angels. But when it came to the overall defense and in charge of everything, it was the Fists, and most importantly, Rogel Dawn, their Primarch. And when it comes to their homeworld, as it says, they are a fleet-based chapter. Their base of operations is a massive moon-sized fortress known as the Phalanx. But they do have multiple worlds in which they are allowed to recruit from. So they do have the honour of actually recruiting from Terra itself. And Inwit is the world where Rogel Dawn grew up from. So you could call that is their spiritual homeworld.
I'm listening.
But what's funny?
Inwit. It's a fucking British planet, isn't it? Sorry.
No, it's literally like
Go
I'm pretty
on.
sure it's like I'm pretty sure it's like a winter planet. Like
It seems like
it's
such
sort of
a
like-
British word, but all right. I'm going.
no, that'd be in it. No, I'm pretty sure it's sort of like a snow covered. I'm pretty sure like it's sort of like snow covered like Eskimo-esque
I can see that.
world. Like it's all.
Yeah.
And probably the most famous recruiting world is Necromunda, which is pretty much a wasteland of a world with multiple cities, hive cities on it, and is extremely notorious for its underhive gang wars,
Oh, I love that.
which does lead to a great place for them to recruit. And outside of universe, like when it comes to actual board games, Necromunda is its own game system set in the Warhammer universe where you do actually fight in gang wars. But that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
And so the Primarch is Rogel Dawn, and he was a very singular individual. He was very much of the job, and wasn't much of cracking a smile or joke.
No
but
shit.
He would on occasion, but he was one of the more serious Primarchs there was out there.
Yeah, the gold says everything.
And again, we don't really know much. He's currently another MIA Primarch.
Well, these Primarchs
Although-
are missing, huh?
But with the Loyalists, most of them are just missing. But all we know is there was one battle where where the ship he was on was destroyed, and all they recovered was his hand. So he is missing a hand somewhere, but whether he's dead or not, we just don't know.
Yeah. Also, there's actually one of the biggest showings of changing lore. Originally, they recovered essentially his full skeleton. Then they changed it to an arm, then they changed it to a hand. So, similar with Lehman Russ. In early lore, he wasn't a Primarch. He was just a general of the Imperial Guard. That's why you have tanks named Lehman Russ tanks. They were named after a general originally.
Yeah.
But as the lore developed, he became a Primarch. But they didn't change the tank name.
Granted, though, that original Lehman Russ lore was from first edition, and that was just a wild wasteland of things that
Yeah.
was thrown together to see what would work.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird early lore that's either been retconned or reworked.
Yeah. With his hand, though, every new chapter master actually engraves his name into the bone of that hand.
Ow.
Just for... I don't know.
For ha-has.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm surprised they would do that. I thought they would revere it a bit more. But anyway, and their chapter master is Gregor Densan. Honestly, we actually know sod all about him. all we have is his name, which especially so since every other chapter master from the Loyalist legions actually has a model. Actually, no. Apart from the White Scars and Iron Hands don't have a model, but their chapter master has a lot of lore about them. Imperial Fists have nothing on their chapter master apart from a name. Every other chapter master has a model.
Yeah.
Another reason why Imperial Fists are low tier.
Wow.
Doesn't deserve a model.
Also, one thing to clear about, they were actually, out of all the original loyalists, their chapter is the only one that's actually been fully wiped out. Because during the War of the Beast, pretty much all the Imperial Fists died trying to hold off the Orcs to buy others' time. With Marines from all the successors basically reforging it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
because since all as we said before, all the successor chapters come from the same gene lineage. they pretty much could, without any issue, just donate a couple Marines here and there from all their successors to slowly rebuild the original Legion, or I guess chapter up. The only real issues they had were different cultural differences between the different successor chapters all merging into one again.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to their successors, obviously the most famous one, and probably the most famous successor chapter in general, are the Black Templars.
I think they were in the game, right? Like they're like a DLC, right? In the game?
They're one of the DLC champion skins you can get, yeah. They're the ones you did like their aesthetic of as well.
Yeah.
Then you have the Crimson Fist, the Sons of the Phoenix, which they are officially stated to be Imperial Fists, but their colour scheme and with the term Phoenix in it, people think they're actually secretly a successor chapter of the Emperor's Children. Simply because of the colours and naming convention.
Yeah.
And then finally, another notable is the Executioners, who, like the previously stated Mantis Warriors, were a part of that secessionist civil war, and they were on the side of the secessionists.
Huh.
Again, we've previously mentioned about that there are a lot more successor chapters for every example we give, but we're only given a handful.
Yeah, that makes
Otherwise,
sense.
it would be
Yeah.
because there are canonically over 1,000 Space Marine chapters.
Oh. Well,
Yeah. To
exhausting.
list them all, we'd need probably like 5 pages just for the fucking Ultramarine successors.
That is true, because canonically, 75% of all Space Marine chapters come from Ultramarine stock.
All right.
I think probably is that culturally and aesthetically, the Imperial Fists and a lot of their successors draw from the Holy Roman Empire. So essentially, late medieval and Renaissance style knights. While the Black Templars, as the name implies, draw their aesthetics instead from the Crusades.
Yeah. Which makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. So essentially, same time period, and same kind of origin, but slightly different aesthetics.
Yeah.
Offense versus defense, essentially.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright. And now for the edgiest boys, the Night Lords. Now, the Night Lords are actually probably one of... Well, out of pretty much every legion, they're the ones that were more or less completely ruined by the heresy, more than anything else. Well, the Night Lords are pretty much, they're despised by loyalists, they're despised by the other traitors, and they're rarely even welcome in the Eye of Terror. Generally, when you encounter Night Lords, they're essentially going around as marauders, pirates, and torturers on the outskirts of space.
Huh.
There is. The Night Lords fully specialize in terror tactics. They actually had one of the highest conquest rates, where they would send a squad in, completely slaughter essentially all the leadership, and then in extremely brutal displays of gore.
Nice.
And more often than not, the planet would surrender without a fight. On the idea that the Night Lords were approaching them, which built in with Kurz's whole thing, which is he's essentially a nightmare Batman.
Oh, nice.
He skulks in the dark, kills and tortures everyone, and rules through fear, which is how he conquered his homeworld. Where he didn't overthrow the ruling class, he just made them so terrified that they played nice.
Way to do it.
Until he left again.
Yeah, until he left, and then instead for his legion, instead of getting essentially the nobility, the sons of the nobility for his legion, he instead got essentially the criminals, worst of the worst, murderers, rapists, thieves, essentially everyone that the nobility hated and didn't want.
Yeah.
But remember again, these are all vile criminals, and they're only like 12 to 13 years old.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah. The homeworld, the Stromor, is essentially it's hellworld. There's literally no sunlight there.
Nice.
It is essentially so polluted, the entire air is just black smog.
LA. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, after realizing that essentially his legion was built up out of people he hated, he essentially gave up. He stopped caring about pretty much everything. But while he sided with Horus during the heresy, he pretty much had a vision that he was going to die. And he pretty much just went on a wild ride and essentially was having moral debates with Sanguinius over accepting their fate or not. Because they both had prophetic dreams. Eventually, after the end of the heresy, as an Imperial assassin basically snuck into his base, he called them out, had them walk up to him, and he let that assassin kill him.
Oh.
And this was in front of basically the remains of his legion, which then just completely broke apart and shattered, with warbands just scattering to the corners of the galaxy.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, he is one of those where he was pretty much screwed from the start.
Yeah.
Is that Oroko's had, even since he was a child, prophetic dreams showing basically the worst result of everything.
Yeah, that's a shit thing to have.
Yeah, to eventually, he didn't even bother trying to fight against it. He just decided this is how it's going to happen. So I'm not even going to bother.
Yeah.
And he's also exclusive of the fact that he actually destroyed his own homeworld. Basically, when the heresy happened, and after learning what the nobles had done to pervert his legion, he essentially went back to...
The man tortured a woman to death after attempting a snare.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. That's right. He completely outlawed like crime, but would then do horrific things to people who were going to do it. So sort of, I don't know, sort of completely double negative in some aspects.
Yeah, that's double negative and a half.
Yeah,
I'm gonna if you're gonna alt F4 yourself, I'll just torture you for breaking the law. All right. I mean, that's one way to do it.
That's because on one hand he stopped a lot of crime, and the other hand, his retribution was essentially so out of proportion that pretty much every crime would get maximum punishment.
Yeah.
You're starving and took a piece of bread? Well, guess what? You're getting bloodied eagled and scattered across your home district.
Nice.
As an example to everyone else.
Oh.
What's that? You murdered someone? All right. Well, I'm going to slit your throat.
No.
And then string you up.
Those are fair. Those are fair punishments.
Parked in a no park zone where you know what's going to happen to you.
Oh man.
No,
that's wild.
Yeah, well, it was essentially the second of the Legion was Jago Severitan, he was also known as the Prince of Crows and the Condemned.
I love that. The Prince of Crows. These fucking names, bro. I love it.
Yeah.
Look, Warhammer isn't subtle, okay?
Holy shit.
Yeah, Severiton was one of the best duelists among the Marines, up there with Lucius and Sigismund of the Imperial Fists. Where he was viewed as one of the fastest Marines.
Huh.
Where essentially you blink and he close the distance.
Nice. Some good speed on him.
Jago, ironically enough, actually spent a lot of the heresy imprisoned. He just essentially, I remember, he got captured by the Dark Angels and eventually kept being moved between prison ships until eventually he escaped and rejoined his legion at the tail end of the heresy.
Yeah.
But be honest, I think even then that's a bit of a. I think it depends where you read, because I know one book series, I think it was the Night Lords trilogy, it outright states that he died on Terra. But then I think the last time you actually see him in a heresy book was he was being transferred to another prison.
So he was a Dex
and
build.
it didn't state that he broke out or anything. It was just that was the last you heard of him. Because I think in that short story, I think in like a cell next to him or near him was a young girl with psychic abilities. And she was pretty much... And they were sort of talking to each other through psychic means. I think she was just sort of going into his head. But he found out that she was being tortured. So he broke out, killed every jailer, and then went back to his cell and sat down again.
It's a way to do it.
Yeah. Next up, Marine.
With the whole like Batman thing, they just have their own twisted sense of justice,
Yeah.
or at least used to.
Yeah. Next up, Marine is Vandrid and Rathi, who's he was essentially one of the criminals that got converted, but he's most notable because he's been possessed by a demon known as the Exalted, which he did in a bargain for power. But he has recently managed to throw off the demon, and has more or less seemed to resolve to be even more of a monster, even without the demon in control. I can't actually remember much about the loyalist Ksati Nuon. I know he eventually did join essentially what would become the Knights Errant and the Grey Knights, but I don't actually remember much about him, other than he essentially hated 𝐾𝐥 and his legion, and obviously when the heresy took off, he essentially switched sides. Yeah, the Night Lords, for as absolutely like monstrous as they are, simply because of how much they got wrecked, there's not much about them.
Yeah.
The most interesting part during the heresy was Comrade 𝐾𝐥 and Sanguinius's back and forth over their prophetic visions, with 𝐾𝐥 taking the pessimistic view and Sanguinius taking the optimistic one.
Yeah.
I mean, they do also have a few interesting and cool sort of stylistic things with the Night Lords as well. Some of like the more high-ranking ones actually have like those red bat wings on that emblem. They actually have them coming out of their helmet, sort of like swept back.
Wasn't that one of the PvP enemies that you played in the Space Marine suit?
Yes, for the jump pack class for Chaos.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember those. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about.
They usually might have like lightning bolt aesthetics going up their armor, and this is, and they also like the use of flayed skin. With some of the older Heresy Night Lord models, there's a jump pack Marine whose entire arms, he's pretty much wearing like humans' flayed skin as like long dress gloves over his armor.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
the flaying of humans is a habit that they picked up even before the heresy.
yeah, and
No one liked them.
yeah, and the last thing we can say is with Sevatar being known as the Condemned, they had a thing where if anyone in the Legion had been found pretty much fucking up truly badly, both of their hands on their armor would be painted red, and it would mark them as pretty much a dead man walking. So pretty much as soon as they used up their usefulness, they would just be killed off.
Interesting.
Yeah. How to show with that is the fact is aesthetically they're honestly amazing, but they've simply because the fact is that obviously they got shattered and scattered after the heresy. Their Primarch is dead. They had no unifying figure, and because everyone hates them, it's hard to bring. It's basically been hard to bring them into the narrative.
Yeah.
So, like Green Knight said there, they have gotten a new leader, but nothing's really come of it yet.
Interesting. Okay.
Right, and now for the next one, the Blood Angels.
No, this is one of like the fan favorite chapters. Now they are, in essence, like I guess you can say that you could compare them quite closely to when the Emperor's children were still loyal. They were seen as extremely noble and as pretty much paramount, as pretty much like paragons of what it is to be a Space Marine.
Yeah.
As they are, as everything in 40k, they are, if you compare it to like our morals, they are all still horrible, but they do truly have a desire to protect the weak and vulnerable.
Okay.
Yet they do have, but yet with this, as many, they do also have a deep running curse within them. Two things they've called the Red Thirst and the Black Rage. The Red Thirst is a genetic instability that they have always had, which gives them a genuine vampiric thirst for blood.
Of course, okay.
To the point where like they, like, there is a, since Populus did mention him, Dante, there is a book trilogy revolved around him, which is an amazing trilogy. But his first book is all about him becoming a Space Marine, and it does describe that they wake up being extremely thirsty, and they pretty much down like jugs of water, and it just does nothing. But then later on, they're given some wine that's spiced with blood, and it completely soothes it.
Huh.
But with that as well, like they, along with the whole vampiric thing, like they do actually have like vampire teeth that protrude out, like during like high points of stress or if they are going to take blood.
Yeah.
But it has proven to be fatal for friend and foe alike, where in the heat of battle it can become too much. And let's say you're a guardsman who got a bit too near a zealous blood angel, yeah, you might disappear. But where that has always been an issue with the Blood Angels, the Black Rage is something that's, well, it's still been around for 10,000 years, but it's something that was never with them initially. And it was born out of the death of their Primarch, Sanguinius, when he fought Horus aboard his flagship. Pretty much his death sent a psychic shockwave through the Legion, which eventually manufactured as a literal generational trauma within their gene seed, which causes their minds to slowly degrade. to the point that in the midst of stress, before battle, or even just due to age, they'll eventually start to hallucinate that they are sanguineous and that they are feeling all his emotions while he faced Horus, and it leads him to become nothing more than a mindless berserker that will kill everything around them apart unless they are co-orded by their own chapter's chaplains and organised into a force that's unique specifically to this chapter, or say gene line, known as the Death Company. They are daubed in black armour and pretty much sent out on suicide missions to pretty much take out large groups of enemies, very important targets. They pretty much die with honour.
Isn't that what we do like in the beginning of Space Marines too?
No. With that, you're part of the Death Watch, but you are. It was still treated as it became a one-way trip, but you probably would have got in and out if your ship didn't crash.
Yeah.
But no, you do actually lose your form of self. You do believe that you're sanguineous fighting your brother. Pretty much any time they're mentioned in lore, they are always screaming. And in any sort of forms of like death to traitors, why Horus? Why did you betray us? Even if they're not fighting traitors, they could be fighting Tyranids, but still screaming why Horus did this to them.
Yeah.
But this is something that has affected them since their death, and as I said, it's pretty much become a generational trauma, as it's something that affects all within the gene line.
Huh.
It affects some more than others, like some chapters take it worse, but it's something that does affect all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all of them, the flesh tearers and the flesh eaters generally had the worst effects of the curse. I mean, the flesh tearers have the worst visions, while the flesh eaters have the worst first. For example.
And I guess we just might as well talk about the successes now. We'll go to the other parts afterwards. But it's somewhat surprising how none of these have been, or I guess they have never been fully censured or wiped out just based on their names. Like, would you trust someone called the Flesh Tearers, Drinkers, or Eaters?
Hell yeah. I know they go hard in battle then. Not worried about it.
Yeah, and then one that's sort of become a fan favourite, mainly due to just they're just a walking tragedy, are the Lamenters.
I got a feeling.
I mean, they've had it rough. They were born into something called the Cursed Founding, which led to quite a few not trusting them. They have been abandoned multiple times in missions due to superstitious chapters not wanting to fight with them. They've been lost in the warp. They sided with those successionists during that civil war I've mentioned as well. Had to take a 100-year penitent crusade, and during that it almost got wiped out by High Fleet Kraken of the Tyranids. And that's not even scratching all of it.
Huh.
Especially since they actually, for the longest time, never suffered the Black Rage. Until that successionist war, where pretty much the stress of fighting a brother against brother caused them to snap, and now they do have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, something I believe has also become worse with the addition of Primaris Marines.
With the Primaris, it was actually funny, because when they were first introduced in the novels, it was like, we don't know what these are. They never had issues with the Black Rage or the First for ages, until they were actually brought into their parent chapters. And I think it was just like being around those who do actually get it, it then affected them in turn.
Yeah.
So all the Primaris Marines now have the First and the Rage as well. They definitely are one of the sort of chapters where it's the whole sort of the noble tragedy. Where
Yeah,
they definitely are, the Blood Angels especially, definitely are like good guys. or some of the more notable good guys of the setting, in quotations. But then, if you're not careful, they're still going to kill you, simply due to not being able to control themselves.
Yeah.
To give a quick story for the Lamenters, essentially, them and several other chapters, including the Ultramarines, were fighting essentially several orc wargs. And Lamenters got intelligence of essentially a giant human slave camp being kept on an asteroid by the orcs. And the Lamenters wanted to launch a rescue mission. The Ultramarines told them no, because it very likely wouldn't work, so the Lamenters launched it anyway. It was a resounding success, and they managed to basically beat back the orcs and started to save the slaves. But then they run into the issue of they didn't have enough room, because they only had one ship. So even the slaves pretty much asked them to take the youngest and most vulnerable with them, and then asked the Lamenters to blow up the asteroid to stop them from being taken back by the orcs.
Yeah.
Because the Lamenters had to run because the orcs were now basically closing in.
Huh.
Now, when they arrived back, they essentially got a standing ovation, with the chapter master of the Ultramarines basically offering them essentially a Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
But the Lamenters, feeling like they failed, rejected it. And then the Ultramarines threw a hissy fit because they felt like the Lamenters were acting like they were too good for them. Which then ruined their reputation even further, and made people less willing to work with them.
Yeah.
Which made life harder for them.
It's fucked up.
Which is why they then joined the Successionists, because they actually made friends within them, but then got caught up in it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a tragic chapter, but people love them.
That's so sad.
Yeah. The emblem is actually a heart on a checkers board.
Oh, no.
well, not that. It's also a bleeding heart as well.
No.
Yeah, that's an important part.
No, that's so sad, bro.
But anyway, so going back to the other bits, is their home world is that of Baal. Where even then, it's like that's the world that they're stationed on. But apart from the Blood Angels themselves, that world is completely uninhabited. They actually, recruit from the two moons of Baal, Baal Primus and Secundus, because they're the actual worlds that are inhabited. And has only recently recovered from a massive Tyranid invasion. And then, as mentioned, their Primarch is Sanguinius, who you'll see images in a minute, but he is, as we mentioned before, like the genuine angel figure.
Yeah.
As he's all in gold and has massive angel wings.
Yeah, he's the precious hawk boy.
I mean, even in a meme, like I think everyone loved him. I don't think even any of the traitors like genuinely hated him. Maybe apart from Kurz.
Yeah, he's pretty much on good terms with everyone, and he's well beloved.
Yeah.
Though he himself would constantly be essentially frightened of the idea of the Red First being found out. So he would try and keep secrets and try not to take leadership positions because it would get him looked at more closely.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But then the last thing is their chapter master is Dante, who canonically is the oldest living space marine or loyalist space marine who isn't in a dreadnought, as he is currently 1500 years old.
Jeez.
And let's say he had quite a bit of a story arc where he just wanted to die. Yeah, I mean, he's had quite pretty much the only thing that's keeping him going at the moment is that Sanguinius Sanguinius had a scroll which had all like the prophecies he foresaw, and one of them was that of a golden figure protecting the Emperor. And Dante pretty much keeps on living because he has to believe that that person is him, otherwise he just can't see a reason to stay alive anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, during that Tyranid invasion, he actually did die, technically. His heart stopped, and when he was later revived. But he was visited by the spirit of Sanguinius, who pretty much said, I can reward you with anything, I can even let you rest. He immediately said, please do. Until Sanguinius said, I can't, there's still more you have to do. And Dante pretty much was, while revived, he was kicking and screaming, saying, please take me with you. He really did want to die. But he is generally an amazing character. But
Yeah.
that was just like his main story arc for a time because of how old he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. He's old enough that, like I said, everyone he knows has already died. People he knew after them have already died. And he's generally watched essentially the galaxy and the Imperium slowly degrade and fall apart.
Yeah.
Being helpless to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'll add with it is that he wears a ancient mask which has the death face of Sanguinius on it. So pretty much all the Imperium do, in a sense, view him as Sanguinius as well, which puts more pressure on him. and on top of that, due to his age, he even stated himself he has seen his chapter brought to extinction twice in his own lifetime.
Jesus.
Twice his chapter's been brought down to less than 50 Marines, and he's seen it come back again. Hell, I mean, even the personal servants he has, again, in one of the novels, he had a personal servant who's been with him since he failed the trials. So he's had this servant with him since that servant was 13, and he was now in his 80s. And to Dante, it feels like it's only been like a week since he's had this young boy aid him, and is now an old man with a crooked back.
Huh. It's fucked up.
Alright.
I mean, this is more reason why I think people do love the Blood Angels.
Yeah.
Hell, I mean, the Blood Angels were what got me into Warhammer. So they're not my favourite chapter, but they are up there.
Now, on to the Iron Hands, also known as the Mech Boys.
The Mech Boys.
So the Iron Hands are probably one of the closest, especially in chapters, to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and they fully embrace the idea of the flesh is weak, the machine is strong.
Yeah.
To give it of context, their Primarch Perus Manus ended up with his hands being covered in necrodermis, which is what Necrons are made out of. And while he absolutely hated it, his sons in the Iron Hands kept trying to emulate him. They'd cut off their hands and replace them with machines. They'd rip out their eyes and put in a new bionic. And so these weren't injuries. They were doing this like perfectly healthy limbs.
Oh. Okay, so self-inflicted down things. All right.
Yeah.
And they're uniquely they're the only ones who view the intended dreadnought as an admirable goal, something to strive towards, rather than something that you just have to do to keep fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get us wrong when we say that. Like, if someone is interned in one, they will still see it as an honor, and they won't necessarily fight against it unless you're the White Scars.
But it's also not something to strive towards.
But yeah, for the Iron Hands though, they want to become one.
Okay. interesting group so far.
Yeah. Funny enough, for all their obsession with becoming machines, before the heresy, they actually had a very close friendship with the Emperor's children, who were obviously the ones who are obsessed with perfection and art and culture, with Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim being essentially best friends.
Yeah.
Though this would become deeply ironic as Ferrus Manus would become the first Primarch to die during the heresy, when Fulgrim decapitated him.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, we won't talk much about it, but since you like edgy named things, Ferrus Manus died during what was called the Istvan V drop site massacre.
That's a crazy name.
Yeah. Well, there's two events during there's the Istvan V, where the traitors basically sent their loyalist brothers down and then bombed the planet. And then at Istvan III, there was the drop site massacre, where essentially 3 loyalist legions went down to fight 3 traitors. And then the second line, who they thought were on their side, were also traitors, and basically they were trapped between 2 hostile forces.
Yeah.
And slaughtered.
And I'll just say, read it was the other way around. Istvan III was the betrayal. Istvan V was the drop site.
That was yeah. Yeah, too many Istvans.
God forbid, there was only 2 mentioned.
Yeah, it's one too many.
One too many. Yeah, I was gonna say one too many.
Yeah, when Ferrus died, pretty much any restraint the Iron Hands had about replacing their flesh was gone, and they basically became close allies with the Mechanicus.
I mean, hell, they even blamed their Primarch's death on his emotions, his 2 human emotions.
Yeah,
if he was more machine, he wouldn't have died.
Yeah, they're very much viewed as arseholes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the current... Go on back.
I was going to say, like, this is more of a modern thing, but a good example of why they're arseholes is they fought alongside a guard regiment who were extremely proficient and effective, and their reward for this was being turned into servitors by the Iron Hands.
Oh my god.
Because their already good combat doctrine would be, quote, enhanced by becoming lobotomized servitors.
That's a nice reward.
Hey, service is service.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out of all chapters, the Iron Hands are the ones with the large proportion of tech marines, which are essentially space marines that are part of the cult Mechanicus.
Yeah.
Which, obviously, so they have the most bionics, and they tend to be one of the more mechanized chapters, having a lot of vehicles, because both they can build and repair their own stuff, and they have good deals with the Mechanicus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and their chapter master is Cardon Stronus, who actually he came to power after a brief heresy amongst their what they call essentially the Iron Council, which is a council of the various captains of the Iron Hands. There was a brief heresy where someone went traitor, and he essentially was part of the faction that put them down, and ended up with him as chapter master. He's actually fairly moderate in his belief of replacing everything with all his flesh with machines.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't believe that emotions are weak, or a weakness. but he is also still an Iron Hand, so everything's in moderation.
Yeah. Makes sense, though.
Yeah. And their homeworld is Medusa, which essentially... The entire planet is a giant foundry. And their successors are the Sons of Medusa, the Brazen Claws, the Red Talons, and the Iron Lords. Well, I admit, the Iron Hands are another one where I don't know that much about them.
They are probably the least used and fleshed out of the original Loyalist chapters. Compared to even White Scars have way more on them.
Yeah. And here's Ferrus Manus with his Necrodermis arms.
Fucking sick.
Yeah, Poplars did make a good point of artisans together. There's Ferrus Manus was a hard ass, but he also enjoyed creating.
Yeah. Which
is also why he got up with Fulgrim. They both enjoyed creating things and making them look good. It's just a shame that out of all, Ferrus Manus has the most tarnished legacy. You call him the loyalist version of Conrad Kurz, essentially. In that his legion totally went against what he wanted for it, while he himself ended up dead and forgotten.
Oh.
Alright. That's another one. Lockdown. Any other questions?
Nope.
Yep, we are officially halfway through the Space Marines.
What?
2 hours in.
Oh my god. Hey. Hello, Regal.
Alright.
The Purge.
Yeah, so again, the 11th is very much like the 2nd.
It's a mistake I made with this page.
There's no pictures.
Unforgivable.
No, I remember this one. I copied and pasted it.
Oh,
so it's also the second Legion.
Okay. Well, in fairness, though, much like the second, we really don't know much about them, apart from they were stripped from the records during the Great Crusade. And all we pretty much get from him is the odd mention here and there of such and such fought with the 11th or the 12th or the 2nd. And it's very much, again, more of an out-of-universe thing, excuse to give us a reason to make our own completely mysterious successor chapters.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, like I said, like with the second, that's pretty much all we really have on him.
Okay, that's fair though.
Oh no, there's a Tau player. He's going to snipe us with mech suits.
Could be worse. Could be worse. From my experience, the worst to play against are Custodes. Every time I played against them, I'm table turn 1 without my own turn.
Yeah, but that's Custodes. They're just broken.
No, I can respect the Tau as long as I'm in close combat with them.
Yeah, same as fighting Nurgle factions. As long as I'm at a distance. Right, and now it's time for the 12th Legion, also known as the World Eaters. Now, the World Eaters are... All Marines are good at close combat, but the World Eaters are up there with the Space Wolves in being specialists at it. A special addition to the World Eaters is the fact they're all implanted with something called the Butcher's Nails, which essentially, the butcher's nails will constantly cause them pain and drive them mad, but it constantly manipulates their brain to essentially keep them hyped up on adrenaline and a cocktail of drugs.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it keeps them angry and in a berserker state, and pushes them past their limits, which basically means they're bad at planning, but they're extremely dangerous if you get close to them.
Yeah.
The butcher's nails were... Oh, God, triple... Alright, screw you, Regal. Damn Tau. I've never forgiven the fact that my friends would always wipe me in a Dawn of War with Tau players, just constantly sniping me.
I've actually yet to actually ever play a game against a Tau. Just no one ever played him at my local store.
So, the butcher's nails, now integral tradition of the World Eaters, but it was actually initially forced upon them by their Primarch. Typical context is Angron was honestly probably one of the most screwed over Primarchs out of all of them. He landed on a planet called Nukeria, which essentially was a planet run by essentially slave lords. And he would have been fine if not for the fact that the Eldar sent a kill team to try and kill him. And while Angron managed to kill the Eldar, they managed to wound him enough that he essentially got enslaved and had the butcher's nails implanted into him.
Oh.
Which, considering Angron's specialty was empathy, being able to feel the emotions of others around him.
Yeah.
But with the butcher's nails, that became a poison chalice. It essentially drove him mad into rage and pain.
It's fucked up.
No. Now, initially, when the Emperor arrived, Angron had started a rebellion amongst the gladiators. But the Emperor essentially teleported him out of his suicidal stand. Which Angron never forgave the Emperor or anyone else for that. Because he felt he'd been robbed out of his rightful death. So in essentially spite, he decided to torture his own legion by forcing them to have the butcher's nails implanted.
Oh. The way to do it.
Yeah. It was also followed up even during the heresy. He was backstabbed even by his fellow traitors and turned into a demon Primarch when he didn't want to. Yeah. Angron's entire story is essentially just getting screwed over and over again.
It seems like it so far.
By everyone and everything. And even now is essentially just a raging brute that's just thrown at problems whenever Khorne wants to start a fight.
Yeah.
Out of all of them, he's honestly the most pitiful. As I said, at the end of it, Angron always remained a slave. First, he was a slave to the lords of Nukeria. Then he was a slave to his own anger. And now he's a slave to chaos.
It's fucked up.
Yep.
A string of bad luck, that's all you got.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those ones where they, on the surface level, like from the name and just how we describe them, it's like they are just a violent, bloodthirsty group.
Yeah.
Until you read into how they all started. And then it definitely just shows how they could have been so much better than how they are.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, the Emperor did try to remove them, but it would have killed him. Because they're pretty much completely linked into like the synapses of his brain.
Huh.
Yeah,
So
they
even if
pretty
it
much
ten-
they can't
Oh,
be
yeah,
removed.
so even if somehow removing him, he did survive, he would be brain dead.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, for the first, after he was essentially teleported off the planet by the Emperor, his first act was to start killing some of his sons. Like for the Northern Marines, 𝐴𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐺. When his Primarch, when he noticed his Primarch was pretty much inconsolable, he went to try and comfort him, and Angron responded by just essentially killing him, and then going on to try and kill others.
Nice.
Which essentially a pattern. When Angron was implanted with the butcher's nails, his empathy was essentially inverted, making him hate everything.
Yeah.
And that essentially followed. His sons were empathetic and wanted to connect with him, and then he forced the butcher's nails on them and essentially turned them into copies of him. People who hate everything.
Yeah. That's wild. That's fucked up.
Yep. The last one is 𝐾𝐻 the Betrayer. One of the most dangerous melee combatants. Before heresy, he essentially gladly joined in, wanting to fight and cause brutality. When essentially as the heresy was ending, he was pretty much a corpse. But for whatever reason, they noticed, even though he was literally torn limb from limb, he didn't seem to be breathing. As soon as they dropped him back to the dropship, he just seemed to get back up and start living. With it being suspected that Khorne was impressed by his bloodlust, so essentially brought him back to life.
Yeah. That's fucking wild.
Now, the reason he's known as the Betrayer is essentially the World Eaters ended up in a fight with some of the first iterations of the Noise Marines. Now, the World Eaters kept trying to attack again and again. They kept being pushed back to the point where some of his brothers said they were sick of trying to push the Noise Marines and didn't want to do it. In response, Khorne picked up a flamer and started burning everybody.
Oh.
Friend
cool.
and foe alike. And yeah, like Regal said, Khorne has picked up a penchant for burning people alive. Now, ever since that day.
One way to do it, though.
But just going from the lore to the tabletop quickly, with Khorne, they've actually built the Betrayer aspect into his rules. So now, if you're in close combat and you miss an attack, and you've got a friendly model near him, he's going to kill one of them instead.
Oh no! That's so fucked up.
You take in the game aspect, you pretty much want him as like a one-man rocket just to throw into the enemy. Because if you've got others near you, he's going to kill them. He's not going to kill them as much as he kills the enemy, but you will take some of yours out if you get too near.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have something to smash into an enemy's line to try and break it, or you put him on a flank on his own, and he'll essentially hold that. So you just don't put anyone else near him.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so fucked up.
Yep. And that's just the World Eaters. What seems like an edgy and badass legion on the surface is just deeply sad.
Bunch of sad dudes. That's all they are.
Yep.
That's wild. All right.
Bunch of what essentially was a bunch of people built for being empathetic and befriending the other legions and Primarchs, just twisted into essentially hateful fuckers.
That's crazy. All right.
Now for the next one, here's Angron, the angry boy himself.
He's got princess with him.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, remember for the context for Primarchs, they're probably like a third again taller than their average Space Marine.
Yeah, that's a big dog.
Compare that to the dog.
Yeah, that's a big dog.
That's Great Dane size at the minimum, and look at how bulky it is.
That's a crazy pit bull, bro.
that is prime cupcake.
That's a cupcake prime. Oh man, is that his demon form?
Yeah.
That shit goes hard. What the fuck? It looks like Diablo. I like that. That's a sick art.
Drink
thing.
water, you dehydrated bitch!
Yes, and here you butt baby. I'm running out of water. That's for the hydrate.
Also, like Regal mentioned, Latara Sarin was essentially a mortal commander who was the captain of Angron's flagship. And after its fall to chaos, she did try to essentially get the fuck out of Dodge with a bunch of others. But that failed, and no, it failed, and she was pretty much trapped on the ship during the heresy. Still stuck in command.
Huh.
So at that point, she essentially had to desperately hold the ship together while the World Eaters were essentially falling apart and becoming murderous berserkers.
I mean, I'll add a few things with her as well. Like, she did not take any shit. She would stand up to Angron in some cases as well.
Yeah.
But there was one aspect where I think it was a sergeant or a captain, I don't remember, but he was meant to be guarding the ship, or I think like the hangar bay or something. He ran off to kill other people who were boarding the ship. So the boarders got on and killed everyone on the crew deck. When she found out, she stormed down there, and then she shot the Space Marine in the head. The shot didn't do anything because he was wearing his helmet, but she was just so pissed she shot him, and she was not scared of the possible consequences.
What a badass.
But with that as well, she is now, if I'm right, in current law, she is still alive, technically, because she is now merged with the ship.
Oh.
She is now a part of it.
Part of the ship?
Yeah.
Part of the crew.
Yeah, while she was captain, the ship itself was essentially being corrupted by chaos. And by the end of the siege, she'd pretty much starved. She ended up starving to death on the ship and essentially fusing with the captain's chair. She essentially became the machine spirit of the entire ship.
Okay.
And what
forever
do you
trapped.
think the flagship is called?
I don't know. There's a lot of names I can go for.
It's a fairly simple name, all things considered, but they've called their flagship the Conqueror.
Oh, okay.
And they like to use something in naval combat called 𝐼𝐴's claws. They'll pretty much fire giant chained harpoons into other ships and drag them towards it.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah, it fits into them essentially being close combat experts. They don't have the patience or the presence of mind to stay at range. They'll always try and close the distance, both in naval combat and in actual person.
Huh.
But yeah, Loretta's she's just an extra piece of just how tragic the World Eaters are.
Yeah.
Even mortals attached to them just suffered.
It's fucked up.
Now, the Ultramarines or the Ultra Smurfs.
No, you see, I won't actually take Ultramarine slander. I'll actually love these guys.
Oh, yeah, they're cool. Doesn't mean I'm not going to meme on them.
No, I guess
So
I should
these
say
are-
before.
These are the ones you play as in the Space Marines game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I guess we'll just sort of say before we probably get into them, they were also one that was sort of treated as sort of quite boring. But also, especially I think during the late 2000s, early 2010s, I think the main person behind writing the rule books really liked the Ultramarines and wrote them as pretty much real Mary Sues. So people did really hate them for a time.
I don't
Yeah.
know
That's
what
on
a
top of the
Mary
fact-
Sue is.
Like the overpowered character with like no
Oh,
flaw and just
okay.
sort of, and win for no reason.
Okay.
And-
Yeah, with an extra line basically saying that every other chapter wanted to be like them, and those who said that they didn't were just jealous,
Okay.
Yeah.
which pissed a lot of
And-
people off.
Yeah, and finally, it's sort of like anytime you see Space Marines like on a box, they're always painted as Ultramarines. So I think people do sort of get bored at seeing them everywhere as well.
Yeah.
That's all
They're the
about, that's
poster
all about
boys,
the
basically.
universe stuff. Yeah, but during the Heresy books, when they were written, they became a lot better, and especially now, they are really. I actually really like how they are in the books now. But that's a whole separate thing. That was just sort of a bit of an out-of-universe thing beforehand, because you do hear a lot of people just sort of talk shit or joke about them.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot better, and they have been redeemed since.
Yeah.
Not before where like for you're at a point where a single Marine would pick up essentially a skyscraper and start beating people to death with it. That was the level of what the fuck scale they had during like that era that put people off.
That's
But
wild.
anyway, so yeah, the Ultramarines are probably like the most versatile of the Space Marines. They're good at everything, but others are better at certain things. They are definitely well adjusted to all matters of war, and most of that is down to their Primarch, 𝐒𝐴𝐻 who pretty much wrote the book on how to be a Space Marine. So, and they have, again, it's got a bit better over time, but they, for the most part, religiously followed those writings to the book, to the letter. And pretty much as a result, pretty much every modern Space Marine chapter, apart from a few notable examples, are based on the Ultramarine structure system. Or I guess I should say that of 𝐿. And so, as mentioned before as well, they have the most successor chapters, sort of mainly due to how stable their gene seed is and how sort of large of a fiefdom they have. And during the Heresy especially, they had a few issues, as they were pretty much their entire legion, or a good chunk of it, was destroyed on the world of 𝐻𝐢f, and then were isolated due to the Ruin Storm, all due to the Word Bearers, who we'll talk about later. And for a good amount of time, they couldn't really do anything during the Heresy, and they had even thought that the Imperium had fallen. So 𝐿, being the statesman and world builder he was, created a second Imperium, but would quickly get rid of it when he found out Terra was still standing.
Yeah. Oh, to add on to that, the Horus Heresy books, it has the Emperor and essentially his Prime Minister 𝐿𝐴𝐻 discussing what's going on in the wider galaxy during the heresy. And when they talked about Guilliman, he just went, "That's what's Guilliman doing?" 𝐿𝐴𝐻 just pretty much goes, "What do you think he's doing?" Because they basically knew he'd start empire building if left on his own.
But it has also sort of become a mark of shame for him, because apart from the Lion, Guilliman was the first loyalist Primarch to actually come back in the modern setting. So for the longest time, and I guess even now, he is sort of like the main character of the human setting, as he has pretty much taken full reign of the Imperium.
Yeah. And what I suppose one important distinction is that pre-heresy, it was the Imperium the Emperor built. After the heresy, and to the modern day, this is the Imperium that Guilliman built, and that kind of adds to his shame, as he's just watched what he's built become so twisted.
Yeah.
But in that sense as well, he also sort of he understands what he has to do, like to try and bring it back together and everything, but he fucking hates it because he woke up from a 10,000 years in stasis only to find out people are venerating him, venerating the Emperor, seeing that the church has taken over everything. He's just done. He's not going to give up, but in his private time, he sort of just sits in his study, just... I'm not joking, he pretty much does taxes to take his mind off things.
How stressed are you? Stressed enough where I'm doing taxes.
Again, Guilliman generally is a very good character written now since he's come back.
Yeah.
Because he actually fought Demon Fulgrim and had his throat slit with a poison blade and was gonna die until he was put into stasis, only one breath away from death, and he had been like that for a good 9,500 years. Pretty much until a tech priest called 𝐿𝐴𝐻, who is the one who made all the new Primaris Marines, and a small faction of Eldari pretty much turned off his stasis, let him die, only to capture his soul and to pretty much return it to his body again. But they pretty much let him die to be revived again.
Okay.
Again, there's a bit more to it,
wild, but alright.
Again, there's a bit more to it, but I really don't want to describe an entire campaign book to describe his resurrection.
That's fair.
But, you know, they're definitely one of those factions where I can understand why people don't like them. Like, they are the sort of generic poster boy Marines, but the more you read into them, they generally are a great chapter to learn about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the most recent books and laws have definitely helped to flesh them out from just the plain poster boys with the toilet seat emblem.
But yeah, so going on to the other little bit, so their homeworld is that of Macragge, but they also, Guilliman, and as a result, the Ultramarines, even now have their own sort of little fiefdom within the Imperium called Ultramar, and is often referred to as the 500 worlds. It's pretty much 500 worlds which are directly ruled from Macragge, and as a result, the Ultramarines. Which is another reason why I think they have such a large number during the Crusade, and why they have so many successors now.
Yeah.
As we've talked about a bit already here, their Primarch is Roboute Guilliman, who, no matter how you spell it, will always come up as a spelling mistake. And their chapter master is... Oh no, what are you going to say about him?
Yeah, there's a few names. There's Robot Gorilla Man, Robot Girly Man. There's quite a few variants of his name to say the Mick.
And then their chapter master is Malnius Calgar, who again we saw in Space Marine 2.
Yeah, he was the dude at the ending of the game, right?
Yeah, they
that
go with
shows
the
up?
two fists with guns underneath.
Yeah, okay.
And then a couple of successor chapters they have. One of my favourite chapters of all are the Size of the Emperor. Then you've got the Howling Griffins, Nova Marines, and Iron Snakes. Some of which are a bit more vanilla than others, but even within the Ultramarine successors, there are some ones with really wild cultures in there.
Interesting.
And also, due to the whole idea of him being revived by the Eldar, there's been a sort of running joke thing that he has an elf girlfriend.
Yeah, like, it's pretty much a meme. I don't think they've even really reacted since he got revived either.
I don't actually think they've met ever since the revival, and I think they helped each other a bit initially, it's like getting rid of the Black Legion from the Crag, but after that they peaced out and haven't really. Well, it was the whole Yunari sub-faction's pretty much done nothing since they were introduced at the end of 7th.
Yeah.
They had the introduction and then were written out because the whole law was to kill Slaanesh, which they physically can't because they're not going to write out a Chaos God.
Hmm. This one. The Death Guard. Death Guard are essentially they're the attritional warfare. The fact is, they're experts in using chemical and biological weapons in pretty much everything they do, which was spawned by the fact that their homeworld of Barbarous was essentially ruled over by undead witch kings.
Oh.
The entire planet was covered in poison gas, where the only safe pockets were tiny valleys that had clean air. Now, the usage of chemical and biological weapons has only gotten more and more worse since they fell to Nurgle.
Oh, of course.
As their entire
has.
bodies are infected with the Nurglish rot. So it has essentially made it so that any chemical and biological weapons they use just won't actually harm them. So they can pretty much just drop an entire field of chlorine gas and just walk through it without a helmet, which they'll frequently use to essentially clear out a field of guardsmen, just as an opening act.
Yeah.
Though it does have the consequences. The Death Guard have very little vehicles, simply because of basically everything they have will rapidly degrade because of the Nurglish rot. What's that? You got a vehicle? Right. Well, guess what? The brakes have melted. Oh, the tires are gone.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, most vehicles they have now are some forms of demon engines. So not really used for transport, just to carry guns to shell at enemies with.
Yeah. It's more often than not, it would just be the Death Guard with like Vance's infantry, and they'll have demon engines working as artillery to back them up.
Interesting.
Which I don't think we've properly mentioned before, but demon engines pretty much are just vehicles, and then they summon a demon, only to throw its essence into the machine so it sort of becomes sentient, but trapped within it.
Now, the Death Guard's Primarch is... Oh, Raid.
Hello, Raiders! Hello, Armia! I knew this was coming. She did message me beforehand. Hello, Raiders! Welcome in. Forgot a raid message. That's okay. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to me learning about Warhammer. And thanks to these two gentlemen over here helping me learn the lore and the world and the universe.
Don't insult us by using that title.
Welcome in. How was Darktide? How was Darktide? I hope you had a wonderful stream, Armia. Again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. For those who don't know me, I'm Chusi Infernius. I'm a dragon Vtuber who plays a variety of games. And I am just not gaming today. I'm learning. I'm in class today. The many dragons of the rabbit hole? I mean, yes. No, that's going down the hole.
Look, he asked for this. We definitely didn't coerce him.
Yeah, okay.
Look, Chusi, it's your fault. You suggested it as something we could possibly do. So then we pressured you.
I didn't
I
think you guys would take it seriously. You guys fucking set up like a 400-page fucking slideshow.
Look, it was only 80.
Oh, there's 80 pages. All right.
Look, you never tell lore nerds that they can ramble about what they enjoy. They will always take it seriously.
I'm learning. Of course, so if you guys have to raid and run, do not worry about that. Take care of yourselves, do what you have to do. And if you wanna stick around while I, fry my brain, then please stick around. Yeah, we're on the Legions right now, I believe, right? That's what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You're receiving a lore dump. Please do not resist.
My favorite so far, I like the Space Wolves. They're pretty cool. But that's biased to me because of, like, my background. I love Vikings and stuff like that.
Well, no, not the feeling, it's...
We already mentioned them like 2 months ago. It's fine.
Yeah. We quickly skipped over them.
I don't remember them. That's okay.
They're the potential cat girls.
Oh, yes! Okay, yes. I remember that. Yeah, alright.
Yeah, Chusi had cat girls and his ears perked up.
Yeah, my ears perked up. That's fine.
Yeah, the abhumans where there's about 5 different descriptions of them, and none of them have been concretely canonized yet.
I just want them to be anime cat girls.
No, I still prefer the version where it's literally just cats with human faces.
Oh, that's so cursed, bro.
Yeah, that's why I want it.
That's horrible. Oh, man.
Yeah. Also, just for context for any raiders, if he was a space marine, Chusi would definitely be part of the Emperor's Children.
Hell yeah.
He's definitely Slaneshi.
Hell yeah. I want it to be 80s style anime. Yeah, let's go. That'd be perfect. Oh man. Again, thank you so much, Armia, for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Them and 90% of all VTubers.
I mean, they're not wrong.
No. Yeah, no, definitely do what you gotta do. Again, if you have to raid and run, don't worry about it. Take care of yourselves. I appreciate the raid and everybody who's here. Again, guys, go give if you guys aren't following, and I should have mentioned this earlier, guys. If you saw Yoden before, give him some love as well. Great friend of mine. Give him some love. And if you're not following Armia, she's great. She's wonderful. She makes amazing content. Works a lot harder than I do for stuff. So definitely support her in every single way possible. And yeah. I'm ready for class. I'm sorry.
Now, context is, funny enough, the Primarch of this legion is called Mortarion. And he was essentially dragged kicking and screaming into chaos by his first captain, known as Typhus. Well, he was originally called Typhon, but after he felt a nurgle, he renamed himself Typhus. It fits the theme.
Of course he did.
Yeah. So during the Horus say Mortorion did side with Horus because he hated the Emperor. But as they were traveling through the warp, Typhus basically went around and murdered all of the fleet's navigators, which left them stranded in the warp and unable to get out. And as soon as that happened, Nurgle arrived. So I think the ads have hit.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll wait. So how's everybody's day? How's everybody doing?
I mean, you already know me and Barker died.
I don't care for you two.
Wow.
You fucking. Can you guys like throw an egg on the sidewalk and it'll cook?
Probably.
Nah, it's awesome.
Well, considering on the news last night, they
Oh wait,
said
are
that,
you all Europeans right now, bro? Like, there's no way, bro. There's no way.
I'm pretty sure majority of Army's community is European as well. I'm pretty sure
that's fair though. Overthrow the USers, yeah. Get rid of those USers. Get out of here, you freaks. I am the British. What is that? What the fuck?
Oh.
I'm pregnant Mega Man.
Oh no.
That's worse than Mario and Sonic making out.
Right. Important question. Mighty Slime, are you a southerner or a northerner?
Is there a difference as someone is American?
yes.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
I mean, put this. Oh no, you want a box kind?
Oh no.
I mean,
Green Knight on YouTube, USA.
Right,
Yeah,
he's
but he's on YouTube though.
Oh.
Which is, I'm going to be equivalent. That's you say someone asking you if there's any difference between a New Yorker and someone from Florida.
Yeah, New Yorkers are cooler, and Florida eat people's faces. So I mean, fucking bath salt eaters. Is there a difference between a redneck and a Yankee? Hell yeah! Rednecks are. Oh wait! Oh no! Green Knight's a redneck.
Like, can't you see what we about to say about rednecks?
Ah, they're fucking weirdos, bro. They're fucking bunch of freaks, man. Yeah. Okay. I guess. So I guess the equivalent is I'm a northerner and a Green Knight's a southerner. All right. So wait, do you guys have like different like dialects too, like how we do over here? Like, do you guys say like certain words, but it's like it's the same meaning but different words?
Well, if you go to Cornwall, the difference between a C and an S just vanishes.
No. Okay.
It's very much the same sound.
That's wild. All right. That's crazy.
Yeah. Speak about the north. People in Lancashire don't like people from Yorkshire, and vice versa.
That's there's a fucking bunch of weird names over there. Don't make up names. Yorkshire. What was the other one I say? Cornwall.
Excuse me.
Cornwall? Did you say Cornwall? By the way.
Yeah. Chusi, New York is literally named after Yorkshire.
Yeah.
It's named after the city of York.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but you know what? I'm gonna ignore that.
What, you mean like...
I'm gonna do the American thing and ignore that.
Well, put it this way, people think of London, they don't think about the London in the US. Oh wait, isn't there 5 of those in the US?
I don't know. We copy a lot of things. Nothing here is ours. None of this is ours. We just took it. We're like, yeah, this is ours now. We don't have a culture. We just like to steal things. Try pronounce it. Wait. Try pronounce it. Happy Burger? Happy Burger.
Really? Jeez.
Happy Burg. Is that not how you say that?
No.
Happiest Burg? the fuck is that word?
Where are you getting the Y?
With the I! Isn't that what you turned it into? A fucking...
Yeah, but you said happy is.
Now I see the oh, you know what? I see what I did. I see the mistake I made.
Ads are over.
Okay, we can continue. That was a quick, good segue away from everything happening.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah, the more you get into how town names in the UK are pronounced, that way lies madness.
That's fucking psychotic. Don't you guys? I don't know what country it is, but isn't there like a big, like huge word? We talked about it before, like a huge name.
I am not pronouncing that town name.
Come on!
I know which one you're on about, and I believe it's Welsh.
Yeah. I cannot pronounce that. I am not falling all over my tongue.
Come on.
I'll put it in chat.
Yeah. Put it in chat. That's a damn. Do you have that on fucking copy and paste right away? That was so fast. That's such a crazy name. That's so good. Like who? Why? Does it translate to anything?
Yeah.
Oh.
It translates to St. Mary's Church in the hollow of the White Hazel, near to the rapid whirlpool of Llantysilio of the Red Cave.
I hate it. None of that made sense to me.
Look, we don't talk about the Northern Welsh.
That's
they're a strange people.
Anyway, speaking of the Welsh, the Death Guard.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, thing. First Captain Typhus killed all the navigators, stranded the entire Death Guard Legion in the warp.
Yeah.
And essentially gave them up to Papa Nurgle. So in exchange for betraying his Legion and his Primarch, Typhus got to become the Herald of Nurgle, while Mortarion was essentially ripped apart and reformed into a demon prince.
So when they turn to a demon, do they still like retain their human memories, or is that just gone?
Yes.
Yes. They just pretty much grow in stature and form, and their soul belongs to whichever chaos god.
Interesting.
And in some cases, like Mortarion, he still believes he has free will, but if Nurgle really wants to, he can just tear him from reality back to his own domain.
Yeah.
They are just sort of puppets still.
Yeah. Civil does make a good point that it does very much depend on the will. All the Primarchs are strong enough, but some who do ascend to Demon Prince do just get completely wiped.
Okay.
But for Demon Prince, it's essentially to ascend, the Chaos God rips out their soul and stuffs it full of essentially warp energy from that Chaos God.
Yeah.
So they might have their memories and be able to act independently, but they are pretty much just slaves to the Chaos God because they're an extension of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice segue for Poplars. Here's Mortarion.
He's playing Stardew. I like how he's just like, it looks like a normal dude, just, edgy. Then you get like this mechanical Reaper after.
Yeah,
is that his demon form?
Yeah, the second one is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to be honest, with Mortarion, when he turned to a demon, he, apart from again grown in stature, he does actually still look fairly normal.
Yeah.
Apart from the fact he has a pair of giant moth wings on his back.
You gotta, show up some people sometimes.
Yeah. Honestly, the greatest irony of Mortarion is the fact that essentially he hates Psychers. He absolutely despises Psychers, anything to do with the warp. Part of the reason he turned traitor was because of that hatred. which is the ultimate irony, is now that he was forcibly transformed into a being of the warp and into a clear psyker.
Oh.
And he essentially spent 10,000 years being miserable over that fact.
So he became the thing he hated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so he's like Anakin Skywalker. All right.
And it's the irony that he isn't even the favoured of Nurgle. That was the captain that was Typhus, the captain that betrayed him. Typhus is the favoured, essentially chosen of Nurgle. Mortarion was just the bonus.
No, actually, I think it was the novel Plague War, which was the sort of trilogy where Guilliman came back in. There was pretty much an argument between Typhus and Mortarion, and it was the whole thing of like Typhus saying, "I'm the chosen, I'm the herald, you're just Nurgle's trophy."
Oh, cause fuck, that's messed up to say. Okay, how to make someone feel bad.
Yeah, the thing is, Mortarion rejects just stewing in trying to be happy. He is full on just miserable.
No, I mean that's fair.
Like all the other servants in Nurgle, they're generally they seem jolly, they seem happy. They're just fine to rot away and be happy about it.
And that's because what
hates
Nurgle does that to them, right? Is that what he does? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It makes them stagnant and content.
I need some Nurgle in me then.
And now here's one for Park.
That's a metal emblem. What? I'm not biased or anything, but that's a sick emblem.
So it's time for Bart to cover the Legion of Nerds. Yeah. See? Civil's got it. Magnus did everything wrong.
Oh, what's that? Oh, that's crazy.
Fuck no! That's crazy to do! That's wild! That's fucked
wow.
up, That's so fucked. Bark becomes a moderator, and he's never done this, by the way. And now he's abusing his power. That was good.
Yeah. The burning of Prospero is correct.
Shut the fuck up.
Alright, go on then, Bark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, so I mean obviously you know them from again Space Marine 2, but that's after their total fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Thousand Sons were a legion that was almost entirely made out of psychers. And again, that was partly due to two facts. Due to the fact that Magnus himself, the Primarch of the Thousand Sons, was a potent psyker in himself. The second was that he fell onto the world called Prospero, which again was a planet that was pretty much entirely made out of psychers.
Which are the psycho space people, like the psychic space people? Like they have psychic powers, right?
Yeah, like pretty much like this universe is like wizards and sorcerers and stuff.
Okay.
But they pull that energy from the warp itself.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, I'm gonna skip to the second part before I go back to this first paragraph to sort of go in order. They did have a rampant issue known as the flesh change, which was most likely due to their psychic potential, because psychic powers can mutate and corrupt. And it was something that was a real issue with them before they met Magnus, until he, without properly knowing, made a deal with 𝐶𝐻, which for the cost of his eye, he would save them from the flesh change. But it was really only a limited time effect. It would come into effect again later on. But one of the most notable moments was the Council of Nicaea, which was pretty much a massive debate, pretty much, talking about how psychers should be used within the Imperium. And it has also been known as the Trial of Magnus the Red, because pretty much it was him fighting for them staying in because it was pretty much their whole identity. And it would, in the end, be outlawed, the use of psychic powers, apart from a select few. So Magnus and his legion were banned from using them. However, and this is where the whole Magnus did everything wrong / done nothing wrong quote comes from, is that he saw visions of Horus turning traitor, and he wanted to warn the Emperor of it, but he was on the other side of the galaxy, so it would take months to get there. So he astral projected himself out to try and talk to him, but his essence was blocked from entering the Imperial Palace for reasons that were yet unknown to him. So 𝐶𝐻, again, without Magnus knowing who he was, aided him into breaking through, which would, in the end, cause a warp rift above Terra, which would mean the Emperor would be stagnant on his throne, keeping it shut. And that's when he would send the Space Wolves to arrest Magnus. I should emphasize it was to arrest until Horus, who had turned traitor at that point, intercepted the Space Wolves and said, actually no, Dad says you have to go and kill him. Pretty much Horus made the Space Wolves attack Magnus to force the Thousand Sons to turn traitor out of desperation.
Okay.
But with the whole he done nothing wrong thing, how I personally see it is Magnus did fuck up royally, but he did do it for good intentions. It's not his fault the Emperor didn't tell him anything.
Yeah. Though, on the other hand, the Emperor also told him, stop fucking with the warp, it's dangerous. He didn't give him details of why it's dangerous, which, fair enough, but Magnus had pretty much always his mind that he was smart enough to figure it out, which ultimately is what doomed him.
Once again, if people talked about, a lot could be fixed.
But yeah, he it's one of those things where he foresaw that vision and tried to stop it all, but couldn't. But he could, like I said, he couldn't go to Terra to tell them because that would take months. There's a lot of stuff with it all, but
they don't have FTL in this universe.
Well, that is the warp, and it is still it is still extremely fast, but still takes time.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, slight tangent. I didn't know sort of how slow Halo's slip space was. It's fast, yes, but the time between going from Earth to the Ark in Halo 3 was still a month.
Yeah.
So it still takes a long time.
Okay.
So, but anyway, eventually he did turn to chaos, mainly because one interesting thing is the Emperor was going to forgive Magnus, because they actually did meet during the heresy. He would have let Magnus come to his side, and he would have led a whole new legion of Space Marines, but his Thousand Sons Legion would have to die because they were too mutated. And because the Emperor still doesn't really understand that his sons have feelings, and that Magnus actually loved his legion, refused it. So that eventually turned him into a demon prince and fully to chaos. And that's when the flesh change reared up a lot more again. And his first captain, Ahriman, tried to fix it all with the rubric, which, as we stated before, did fix the flesh change by removing their flesh entirely.
Oh, and that's why
that's
why when you kill them, they're like dust particles, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because only the strongest psychers, like Ahriman, for example, did survive, and they are still made of flesh. But all the ones who are less powerful became dust trapped in their armor, and they are pretty much just puppeted by the more powerful sorcerers.
Yeah. So is Ahriman he's the embodiment of a favorite of 𝐶𝐻, in that Zinchi's going to keep fucking with him no matter what he tries to do. So he'll succeed in a manner of speaking, but generally it's going to be either not the way he wants or it's going to backfire. Like the rubric. Hey, it stopped the flesh change, but it didn't save the Legion because 99% of them are now dust in armor.
Okay.
Yeah, they're another one that's somewhat tragic, but it's more that they just got fucked over by the actual god themselves.
Yeah.
And and circumstances, but it's like the Emperor could have talked to Magnus more because he grew up in pretty much on a very inquisitive planet full of scholars and teachers, so Magnus obviously inherited that. So if you give him a whole other dimension to explore, he is going to keep on going, and simply saying don't do it isn't going to stop him.
Okay.
But, and yeah, so with all the extra things, like the homeworld is Prospero, which technically is destroyed, but not that it is actually still around. It's just completely uninhabited. And now their new planet is Soltarius, which is also just known as the planet of the sorcerers. And which is interesting about this one is, like many home planets of the traitor legions, it is in the warp, but quite recently it's actually been thrown out of the warp and is now actually in the normal universe.
Oh, it's essentially glassed. Okay.
And due to their issues with the Space Wolves, the Thousand Suns have invaded Fenris twice.
Okay.
In the last 10,000 years.
With the second time resulting in Fenris... Well, the entire population of Fenris had to be killed because of the chaos corruption.
Yeah, as with most of them, they don't have a dedicated leader force. They are they are still broken up into small wandering war bands and the such.
Yeah.
And when it comes to their most notable, of course, there's Ahriman, who was the first captain of the Legion and the one who forever doomed his Legion as a result. He is trying to actually reverse it, but he never will because Zinch will keep fucking with him. And as a slight interesting thing about him, Ahriman's pastime was actually making wine. He had his own private vineyard.
Oh, good for him.
Just a small little thing that sort of showed that even they were sort of normal in their free time.
Yeah.
And Ammon was, in essence, he was actually Magnus's teacher, and then when he was initially found on the planet, and Ammon eventually was ascended to a proto-space marine because he was actually too old to become one, so he was just given a couple of enhancements. I'm not really sure what happened to him after the heresy. And the other one, Vistario, honestly I'm going to have to ask Reed about him. I've never heard of him.
Reed?
Reed?
His cat got him. Cat got him. His cat attacked him.
Sorry, I had to answer the door.
Oh, no, you're good, you're good.
No,
the perfect timing on that. I go up to go answer the door, and as soon as I open it, and I just said, "Oh, I looked to Reed for that." It's like, "Fuck's sake, kidding, really?"
Thousand Suns got him.
Right. All right.
Okay. I know about Ahriman and Ammon, but I've actually never heard of Vistario.
Yeah. For the fate of Ammon, he actually survived up until the rubric of Ahriman. He actually made it through the rubric, but he was outraged at what had happened to his brothers and tried to reverse it. And then Ahriman, using his new power, just dusted him and killed him.
Ah.
Now, Vistario he's actually tied to the tale of Rylinor from the Emperor's Children, the Loyalist.
Oh, is it one from that story?
Yeah, basically, Magnus noticed the signal and sent Vistario and 2 other Marines to basically Isvan, where they found 𝐴𝐵𝐿𝐼 with his virus bomb. And Fulgrim arrived and they kind of shit themselves. And they initially stopped the virus bomb from detonating, which resulted in Fulgrim getting the upper hand on 𝐴𝐿𝐼.
Yeah.
But after seeing Fulgrim's cruelty and how 𝐴𝐿𝐼 was being brave and refusing to give in, Vistario essentially chose to turn against Chaos for that second. He pulled out his bolt pistol and essentially domed the other Thousand Sun that was holding back the virus bomb, which is what allowed the virus bomb to detonate, killing the 3,000 Suns and 𝐴𝐿𝐼 and preventing Fulgrim from getting his prize.
Another tragic story.
Yep. There's a lot of this podcast has a lot of them.
Okay.
I mean, to be honest, most of the traitor legions had a bit of a sad story behind them. Not all of them, but quite a few of them did.
There's a reason the tagline in the dark days of the 42nd millennium, the orcs are the only one having a good time. It's quite literal. And he is Magni Magic.
Is that Radahn? It's Radahn all over again. Oh God.
I will say, I do think Magnus actually had the best hair out of all the Primarchs. he had a mane.
Yeah. See, that's why I looked at him and my first thought was, that Radahn? Read that's up the picture. He looks like Radahn. I'm sorry. Like, I can't unsee it now.
It's funny when you look at his hair and you notice little like scriptures. If he needs to take notes, he just like pulls it down in front of his eye.
He's cheating! He's cheating in class!
Yeah. Right, bit of downtime, time to study. Pulls the slip forward.
I love how sophisticated he looks on the left image.
Yeah.
I will say though, both of those images are of him before he was converted to a demon. So I'll quickly just send you one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get my phone.
Come on.
Oh. He did. I know he did also have that model where it was predominantly red-blue.
Oh, that goes hard though. That looks sick.
He basically had horns everywhere.
Yeah, wait, Green Knight says, yeah, there might even be a chapter that is descended from them called Blood Ravens.
Yeah, that is a common fan theory. The Blood Ravens are from one of the games, and their entire thing is literally just they steal everything that's not bolted down. They very commonly find quote-unquote lost relics of other chapters. And those lost relics, oddly enough, always seem to come from chapters that they've closely encountered.
But on top of that, they do like to gather a lot of information as well that could find out who their lost Primarch is. And they do have quite a high number of Psychers, as their former chapter master was one as well.
Yeah.
Like the
which has also led to the idea.
Quotations.
Yeah. Yeah, they're also known as the bloody magpies. Because they literally always seem to steal all the shiny shit.
Shinies.
Alright. Now on to...
Wait!
The Legion with 3 names.
Are the Salamanders not a Legion?
They are.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they
okay.
are.
Yeah, this
want-
is the 16th Legion.
I want to learn about them.
So these are the Sons of Horus. But before the Sons of Horus, they were known as the Lunar Wolves, and later on, the remains of them became the Black Legion.
Oh, okay. So these are another characters you play in the PvP mode. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is. I think this is the default tactical
Yeah. I
one,
think
I
so.
believe.
So yeah, the Lunar Wolves were one of the first legions to actually leave Terra, as they gained their name by conquering the moon, basically wiping out any enemies of the Imperium. And they were also the first to reunite with their Primarch, as Horus landed on a world called 𝐂𝐡𝐻, which was very close to Terra. I think it said that Horus essentially spent decades alone with just the Emperor, which is why he ended up being the favoured son.
Oh, okay.
And of all the legions, the Sons of Horus were essentially the first among equals. They were the strongest legions. They were generally the leaders. And they also did inherit essentially a gang culture from 𝐶𝐻, as the world was essentially run by gangs.
Huh.
My favourite tactics of the Lunar Wolves was essentially shock tactics. They'd go in, smash the enemy's line and cause chaos, while the bulk of the Legion then followed through and broke the rest of the line.
Okay.
Which, if you've got it out, you can see the 3 different emblems. First one being the Lunar Wolves, second one's the Eye of Horus, the Sons of Horus, and the third being the Black Legion.
Yeah.
And here is the
I've seen this
arch-traitor
guy.
himself.
Yeah, I've seen this guy a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, Horus Lupercal. First one of him as a regular Primarch, and the other one as the arch-traitor, souped up on the powers of the 4 Chaos Gods. Yeah, as someone pointed out, they were extremely fast. Very brutal, but they were if it came to war, they were generally some of the fastest to do so.
Yeah. Huh.
But when in the late stages of the Great Crusade, the Emperor decided to head back to Terra to essentially work on secret projects like the Webway. And instead, he elevated Horus as the War Master. Essentially, the one who was in charge of all the Primarchs and the Imperial armies. And when that happened, the Lunar Wolves were elevated to the Sons of Horus. Which, ironically enough, Horus didn't actually want initially, until Sanguinius convinced him. But nowadays, the Sons of Horus are more or less extinct. They probably have some of the least amount of Marines actually still alive, though they do have some of the most infamous.
So, a tabletop question. Is it... So, every Legion is playable? I'm understanding this? Like, it's a lot of fucking rules to follow.
Yeah, but I'm going to answer it in sort of 2 ways. There's actually the game of the Horus Heresy, which is obviously the during where all of these were still the larger legions.
Okay.
And there are armies and rules for all of them separately.
Okay.
In modern 40k, the rules have changed slightly. So you can pretty much, it's less of you're playing using like special rules for each faction. It's more you're just painting them in colors you want, and then you're using a sort of generic army rule which fits them the best.
Okay, okay.
In previous editions, there used to actually be like the rules for Blood Angels, Black Legion, Emperor's Children, etc. Most of them, some have their own unique books, obviously they have their own special rules, but now some of it is more just paint them and then use the nearest rules that you want that fit them the best.
Okay.
Again, I could go into that a lot more detail, but since you don't actually play the game, it'll be a lot harder to describe it.
Yeah, no, that I was just curious if that's like a thing that you could do. All right.
But yeah, but as how Popular says, they're used to what was it in the? Yeah, like it used to sort of just be generic stuff, to sort of like generic, just paint them how you want. Then they did expand it a lot more into there actually are dedicated rules for each one. But now it's sort of gone to a bit more of a broader aspect again.
Okay.
But there definitely are ways where you can play each of these armies in a way that fits them the best lore-wise.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yes, so it's a good point that there was a fair bit of resentment towards Horus when he was elevated. But some of them did fully actually, like Dawn, Sanguinius, Vulcan. It basically congratulated him, thought he was the best for the job. Others, like Imperator Rao, protested because they thought they should have been it. Guilliman didn't like it because he didn't like someone being elevated above him, and others just thought it was a mistake to do because they didn't think that one Primarch should be elevated over the other.
Uh-huh.
But I'd say out of all of them, Horus was essentially the politician. So he was very good at getting them to work together, even when they didn't like each other.
Yeah.
For example, Lionel Johnson was probably the best general out of all the Primarchs, but he also pissed a lot of people off because he was very abrasive. Guilliman was too arrogant, which annoyed others. Corvus was too secretive. Dawn was too blunt. To give an example, when Dawn insulted someone, Fulgrim tried to run damage control instead. Oh, I'm sure he didn't mean it like that. And Dawn just went, no, I meant it like that.
Okay.
Yeah, the line was almost as good as fighting was as he was making enemies. So yeah, there's essentially two remnants of the Sons of Horus. There's the Black Legion, which is run by Abaddon the Despoiler, and then there's the thrice cursed traitors, which includes the Wolves of Horus, the True Sons, Sons of the Eye, etc. And they're called thrice cursed because they first betrayed the Imperium, so they're cursed there. They're cursed by all the other legions because the Sons of Horus essentially abandoned the field first. And they're cursed by the Black Legion because they didn't follow Abaddon's lead. And basically went their own way. So they're quite literally hated by everyone.
Yeah.
And I guess it should also be mentioned now that the modern Black Legion are actually a mix of all the other traitor legions. Pretty much anyone can join them, no matter your genetic heritage. As long as you fall under the banner, anyone can join.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's best. Abaddon, essentially when they all retreated to the Eyes of Terror, it basically became clear that all of them hated the Sons of Horus. So Abaddon essentially did a rebrand where he basically destroyed the Sons of Horus as a group and reformed the Black Legion with himself at the head, inviting everyone to join him.
Oh.
Yeah. But apart from Ezekiel Abaddon, the big notable is 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿, who was a loyalist who turned on Horus and was one of the founding members of the Knights Errant, the group that would become the Grey Knights in the Inquisition.
Okay.
With him essentially throwing away the Sons of Horus name and returning to become a lunar wolf, fighting against the traitors even as they arrived on Earth.
Huh.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. That eye, it's looking very similar. Yeah, you're definitely a heretic.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's corrupted.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's funny that, like, even the colours are the same, which is kind of hilarious.
Listen, that's coincidental. I know. When I made this model, I was way over this shit. Right?
It's even a slitted pupil.
Yeah, it's like the slitted pupil, like the orange colour, the slitted pupil.
Me. What do you mean?
Like the darker outer design. Only difference is the casing.
That's wild. That's crazy.
Can't believe Chusi was the arts traitor all along.
Don't worry about that.
Right, and now the biggest bitches of them all, the word bearers.
I read when I was drinking my Arizona. I saw word beavers. I was like, oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, the word beavers.
The word beavers.
They come to give you the good word about setting up dams.
Yeah, so the word bearers are the religious fanatics of the traitors. Even before their fall, they were extremely devoted, but devoted to the emperor instead, which is what caused their own damnation, as they would be publicly humiliated after the emperor burned down one of their greatest cities, which was pretty much built as a monument and worship for the emperor. This would pretty much cause them to go into exile to rediscover themselves, and would lead the entire legion to become the first to fall to chaos, and would, as a result, spread it to the others that would eventually fall too. They were right, even before the fall, they were still a very zealous when it came to fighting. Very sort of precise, but at the same time, very precise, very meticulous, but they were definitely not very merciful for those who stand before them. And those who called arms against them would be burnt alive, and those who surrendered or did not fight would be re-educated into worshipping the emperor. As a result, the word bearers would also be the ones who would mainly use a lot of human auxiliary cultists during the initial heresy as well.
Huh.
Yeah, in quite a lot, they were definitely. They would, like I said, yeah. Apart from re-educating, they would quite literally burn down any culture from a world they took. Anything from statues to public figures, libraries. They would burn everything down till they could remake it into the Imperium's image, or I should say, their own imperial image. But quite a lot of this did. really just want to say their home world isn't Deliverance.
Oops, I make a mistake.
You false information motherfucker.
But anyway, just going from it, their home world of Cultists was already actually not necessarily knowingly, but it was already a chaos worshipping world when their Primarch Lorgar Aurelian was brought there. That he was pretty much raised pretty much within a cult before the Emperor even found him, which I think obviously led to the already religious fervour him and his eventual legion would have. But they were the first to do many things as well in the heresy, as they had a special force within their own legion called the 𝐴𝐻𝐻, which would eventually be known among other legions as simply the Possessed. They would allow demons to possess Space Marines, so they would become a joint communion where it would just be a larger mutated Space Marine with more organic weapons grown out of them. They are very much keen on using demons for everything. And also, just because of how much of a bitch they are, word bearers are massive cowards. They will throw everything. They will throw everything into a fight before they themselves will fight. That being demons and mortals, they will try to avoid a fight as long as possible.
Is that their emblem?
Yep.
Oh.
It does vary. Sometimes behind the flame they also have an open book as well, but for the most part it's always a screaming demon head on fire.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, they had a couple of different emblems. I just had to pick one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's still it's still recognisable what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, and with the, as with everything, their home world would eventually be destroyed.
I love this thing.
It would later be destroyed by the Ultramarines, pretty much as vengeance for them, not necessarily destroying, but completely making the surface of the world Calth, which was pretty much the Ultramarines' jewel of a planet, uninhabitable. So that would eventually become their vengeance, was to destroy their home world.
Yeah.
And Lorgar, he's been a bit of a punching bag in the lore, to be completely honest. He gets bullied a lot.
He looks like a
or has
punching
been,
bag.
I should say.
Yeah, I think it's basically essentially Lorgar's entire purpose was to be the herald. He was there to get people to peacefully join and surrender. He basically wasn't built to be a fighting Primarch, which is why he gets bodied by pretty much every other Primarch.
He looks so basic for a demon.
That's not his. We actually don't know what his demon form looks like yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know.
Just kidding.
So this is just him unarmored and armored.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Think of it as just pre-heresy Lorgar and heresy Lorgar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, out of the ones we've seen so far, obviously Horus never became a demon because he died. Comrade Kurz let himself be killed. There is another one we'll get to. The very last one we'll talk to about more soon, but all of them we sort of know what they look like, apart from Lorgar at the moment. Mainly because he actually has done jack shit since the heresy. He's just been brooding in a tower in the warp. Yeah, but then again, like, no real full chapter master or anything, but they do technically have some sort of pseudo structure still, which is simply known as the Dark Council. But from what I heard of it, it's more of just a group of bickering higher ups who don't really do anything themselves.
Yeah.
But it has caused pretty much a two-way faction war within the Legion between two of the more notable people within the Legion, that being Erebus and 𝐴𝐻𝐻. There's pretty much just a factional split within the Legion between those who follow one or the other. And also, just on a quick briefing, fuck Erebus. Everyone hates him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Even the traitors hate him. Khan almost killed him, and I'm pretty sure Horus actually flayed his face.
Yeah. Is that 𝐿𝐷𝐴 was just responsible for setting it up so that many other Primarchs and Legions would fall. Erebus is the one who set it up so that essentially 𝐿𝐷𝐴 would fall and the Primarchs would get scattered.
Huh.
So 𝐿𝐷𝐴 was the face of basically causing the heresy, while Erebus was the one actually causing the issues.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think, if I remember correctly, I think Erebus was at the time, the High Chaplain of the Legion, so he was like the spiritual leader. And 𝐴𝐻𝐻 was also very high up. I forgot his exact rank, but I know that he was also the one who pretty much taught and raised 𝐿𝐷𝐴.
Yeah, he was his adopted father.
Yeah, so he was another one who's not a proper space marine. He was just sort of given some modifications to be a bit bigger and to extend his life. But he's not a true space marine in a sense. But then Eliphas the Inheritor, he sounds familiar, but again I'm going to have to ask Reed about him, because I can't think off the top of my head.
Yeah, Inheritor he's a word bearer who's a part of the Black Legion. His name is essentially, he keeps rising up in rank by killing his boss basically, and inheriting the rank.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm seeing it he's from Dawn of War. That's where I thought the name sounded familiar.
Yeah.
But again, I've never actually played the Dawn of War games. I've only sort of read the lore about them. Okay, that's why it sounded familiar then.
Yeah, so he's from the game. But yeah, his pretty much entire stick is literally just backstabbing whatever boss he has at the time to raise up in rank.
The average manager.
But yeah, the other thing I'll sort of say about them is their whole thing was obviously they're the religious fanatics, and they were trying to pretty much they themselves inadvertently caused the Imperium to become religious in its modern state, as they actually based their entire learnings off a book that 𝐿𝐷𝐴 wrote before it was banned.
Huh.
Yeah. Greatest irony. The book 𝐿𝐷𝐴 wrote about how the Emperor was a god, which was then banned by the Emperor, became essentially the holy book. The Imperium grew off.
In fact, there's a great part in I think it was in the Black Legion series, when someone actually tells them about this, and the former Emperor's children marine just breaks down laughing. He actually calls for a medic to help him because he just can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
And he pretty much shouts out that the word bearers won the heresy because of it, just not in the way they wanted.
Yeah, it's a deep irony.
Yeah.
Now here's the one Chusi was clamouring about.
Yeah. They got a dragon.
Simply because of the salamander emblem.
Yeah. That's what I put on. That's what I put on
it's a big lizard.
That's what I put on my Space Marines on Space Marines too.
I mean, I would have been surprised if you didn't use it.
Ah.
Oh, Siflier with the spicy takes.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't hate them, but they're nowhere near my favourite.
But all the fire. So yeah, so the salamanders are quite literally warrior craftsmen. Each marine generally repairs and builds their own equipment, and they're responsible for maintaining it. So because due to their homeworld being Nocturne, which is a deadly volcanic world, so self-reliance and loyalty to your community is considered very important, simply to keep people alive.
Okay.
Especially when you have salamanders, which are essentially elephant-sized giant lizards that will attack settlements and eat people.
Nice.
Yeah, a unique fact about the salamanders is the mutation in their appearance. Every single salamander has coal black skin. And I mean that quite literally. Their skin is the texture of coal.
Oh.
And they have bright red eyes, making them look like demons.
Okay.
Which tends to frighten the average person of the Imperium. So the salamanders will generally have the helmets on.
Guess that makes sense.
Yeah. What you'll most commonly see salamanders equipped is flamers and melter weapons, as they'll quite literally go to close quarters and just try and burn and melt everything in their path.
Oh, okay. So the guy that I watched, that video I watched, there was a salamander with his hand missing. And he was with a guy with a white helmet that looked like a bird. I don't know how to explain that. Oh man!
Yeah, I know which one you're on. It's the
and they were
official
fighting,
Tavern animation.
Yeah, and they were fighting like the Egyptian robot dude.
Yeah, the Necrons.
Yeah. That's the only reason I knew about them a little bit, is because I like seen that, like different clips of that short, like on YouTube shorts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you've probably seen other clips of it, but that one when he's lost his hand and fighting with the other Marine, that's a sequel episode to one prior where he's actually escorting a family and a priest to safety.
Yeah. I remember that. I remember seeing the family. He was like talking to him. He was really nice though. Like I expected to be a little more mean, but he was really nice.
Well, I mean, I think that's why people love the salamanders so much, because they are generally kinder.
Yeah, not to say they can't be cruel and brutal, but on average, the salamanders are generally extremely friendly towards mortal beings and very willing to put their lives on the line to protect them.
Oh, okay.
Now, during the heresy, the salamanders and Vulcan did not have a good time. They were the one who suffered the most in the drop site massacre, with I think over 90% of the Legion dying, with only some escaping. With the Primarch Vulcan. Switch over. Here's Vulcan.
Oh, he goes hard. Oh, I like that hammer. Not for obvious reasons. No, not at all.
Yeah. Oh, so I know Vulcan is also, I'm pretty sure he's the tallest Primarch of them all. He's literally he's a giant amongst giants. Yeah, Vulcan would essentially be the back line to hold the line so others could retreat. Yes. No, that during the drop site massacre, he would be killed several times by Conrad Kurz, or the Night Haunter, as people would more commonly call him at this point. Vulcan would pretty much spend most of the heresy trapped in essentially a maze Conrad Kurz constructed. Because Vulcan's special ability that he was a perpetual, meaning that you could kill him again and again and he would get back up. He was essentially immortal.
Yeah, that's cool.
While Kurz was determined to permanently kill him.
Huh.
Yeah, so for most of the see the salamanders were mostly a non-entity because they got pretty much mostly wiped out, and their Primarch was captured, so they couldn't get the GC needed to replenish themselves.
Yeah.
And I'll add on with these bits that Vulcan's current whereabouts, again, is unknown, but after the heresy, he did actually disappear for about 1,000 years. And during the War of the Beast against the massive Orc invasion, he was begrudgingly found and sort of dragged back into command. He did eventually kill one of the beasts by pretty much throwing the Orc and himself into a reactor plant of an Orc Titan, destroying it, and he has not been seen since. But since he is a perpetual, he should still be alive, but he's probably just fucked off again, considering he was already reluctant to lead.
Yeah.
And with Reed saying about how they were decimated and couldn't rebuild their numbers, they were actually so badly mauled that, unlike every other legion which broke up and made successor chapters, the salamanders didn't. For the longest time, they had no official successor chapters, only until the introduction of Primaris Marines were any official ones made. Apart from two, which I'll quickly just state now, the Storm Giant and the Black Dragons were rumoured to be salamanders, but has never actually been stated. Actually, tell a lie. It's been stated in one book that both of those are successor chapters, but only in one novel. Well, sorry, one source book, and even books that have come out afterwards have gone back to saying they're unknown. So it's just safe to say that there will continue being that way.
What do the Black Dragons look like?
They're actually quite interesting. Like they have just got completely black armor.
I like it.
But they have a genetic,
Blood.
but they have a genetic flaw which causes them to grow bony spikes and protrusions.
Oh, that's cool.
So pretty much they actually will grow like bony horns which will come out of their helmets, and quite a lot. And there's a certain group of them who pretty much can grow a retractable bone blade out of their wrist.
Oh, that's okay. That's pretty sick. All right.
So they actually are sort of good. So they have actually got quite a bit of a sort of cult following, and I think they did actually have like 1 or 2 novels about them. But for the most part, they remain an unknown.
Yeah.
But like I said, that one novel, that one source book did say that they are successors.
I like how Chusi got more and more excited the more edgy details you added.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know about that.
Bone spikes, ooh. All black armor, ooh. Bone blades, ooh.
Listen,
But
man.
but again, I'll just send him an image of one, because they, like I said, they did have a number of books. They did have a few novels, so it is official artwork of them.
Hell yeah.
I mean, if you just want to continue while I find it.
Yeah. Yeah. Moment, the homeworld still remains Nocturne, the very deadly volcanic planet. The chapter master is known as Tushan, who is actually fairly well liked and beloved, both by people of the Imperium and by other Space Marines.
Huh.
And he's also the one of the characters who started a meme in the 40k community from text to speech device.
Oh no.
Which essentially is Vulcan lives followed by 2 stomps. Basically, anytime Vulcan appears, that's what he'd do. Yeah, once kind of Tushan is essentially he's a master smith, and his main focus is trying to preserve as many lives as physically possible. which has generally made him beloved and respected.
Yeah. Okay.
There is actually one.
Yeah,
good
that as well,
story.
from what Poplar said.
There is one of actually good little tidbit about Tushan, and it was during the Second War of Armageddon. A certain chapter, known as the Marines' Malevolence, lured the orcs into a human refugee camp, and then flattened it with artillery. So they did not care about the humans there, just to kill the orcs. Tushan heard about that, stormed over to the positions of the Marines' Malevolence, found the sergeant in charge, and decked him to the ground and almost killed him.
Yeah, Tushan's very willing to put, very willing to stake his fists on everything.
Like it.
Anyway, I sent you the Black Dragons image.
Yeah, I saw it. Fucking, that's sick.
Yeah, there's a reason that the Salamanders are generally known as one of the friendliest Space Marine chapters to this day.
I wish you could get the scale armor in Space Marines. That armor looks sick.
The nearest thing is if you use the Salamander's sniper champion skin, but he has a scaled cloak.
Yeah, but I like the armor itself is like scaled. That's cool.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Volcanos had a very interesting hobby. He had probably behind the Emperor one of the largest collections of Doomsday weapons.
I like him.
He quite literally was just stockpiling them, but there were several occasions where he thought about using them, but kept holding off. And I'm pretty sure reckon that Kurz wanted that stockpile, which is part of why he captured him as well.
If you're rescued, you want to be salamanders?
Alright, time for the Raven Guard.
Hang on, wait, before we do that, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Are you out of Moonblast? Oh, bitch, you fucked up. Oh, fuck, she baited me. She fucking baited me! Oh! No fucking way! Dude, this bitch... Wait! Wait, no, hold on, wait! I've never had a tie in a Pokemon. Wait, no, that's bullshit. I fucking won. What do you mean? I'll never be maidenless. I have Nairi. She's my finger maiden. That sounds weird. I don't like that. I'm not gonna say that again.
Hey, listen.
That was perfect timing. That was an amazing timing. Oh my god. This is why you call them fish and chips? That's why? 'Cause those are the chips? That's ludicrous. I always wondered why they were called chips. What? That's mind-blowing. That is mind-blowing. That's insane. That's crazy, bro. Wow. That's crazy. Honestly, I've never put the two together.
Opening some packs. 32 cents. 347. 69.
Nice.
23. 36. 2025!
That's next year.
This next year. 80. Yay! That's so cool! Holy shit! 3906! That's amazing! Look at that! Holy cow! Hit my leg on the damn desk because I was excited.
I crafted a pussy. A PC. Not what you guys think I said.
Yeah, that was just very misleading.
That was close.
I almost became baby batter.
I guess we'll see.
I'm back.
Okay.
Why am I so large?
Oh no, you're compensating.
Yeah, probably. Alright.
Look,
Okay, then,
yeah,
so
yeah, he has to make the phallic head look a bit larger.
anyway, then, so the Raven Guard, the edgy boys.
Oh hell
or
yeah.
The edgy loyalist boys, I
Oh
should say.
hell yeah.
Now, they are masters of clandestine war. They are somehow, considering their armor, they are the stealth legion. Pretty much, they launch campaigns of sabotage, guerrilla tactics, quick decapitation strikes, assassinations. They do fight in open conflict, but they thrive in the smaller scale operations just to weaken the enemies. Usually they'll be doing stuff like this to, in a sense, they'll be doing this to aid either other chapters or to aid like Imperial Guard forces. But even then though, even with the smaller strikes, they usually can pretty much be right on top of the enemy before they even know what they're there.
Huh.
Pretty much jumping from the shadows, dropping down on jump packs, snipers in well hidden positions to strike those trying to run. They are, because again, considering their armor and the size, they are scarily adept at it. And during the heresy, a lot like the salamanders and iron hands, this was the third legion that was decimated on Istvan V during the drop site massacre. With their Primarch Corvus Corax, which, funny enough, I'm pretty sure just means like Raven. I'm pretty sure if we translate his name from Pseudo-Latin.
No, it pretty much means common raven.
Oh, okay.
A bit like how Ferrus Manus is literally just iron hands.
Don't just love this set in subtlety.
I love it.
Oh, don't forget Sanguinius with red first. Sanguine for blood.
Anyway, their Primarch, though, was actually the only one of the three to escape, with, of course, Ferrus being killed and Vulcan being captured. And he would attempt to quickly try to rebuild his legion with new stocks of Gene Seed taken directly from the Imperial Palace, as well as some more experimental techniques into trying to make them stronger. But they would unfortunately be sabotaged by the Alpha Legion, who we'll be talking about next. This would actually cause his newly rebuilt or rebuilding legion to be once again decimated, mainly due to a mixture of mutations that would arrive due to the sabotage. So again, quite a bit like the Iron Hands and Salamanders, they did not play a massive part in the heresy, but they did have small groups fighting here and there.
Okay.
And now when it comes to the homeworld of Deliverance, if I remember correctly, it was actually I don't know if to say a slave world, but it was pretty much under dictatorship from I think they're called from a highly technologically advanced upper class, and Korax would pretty much grow up and lead the people into a rebellion against them to eventually overthrow them.
Okay.
And even though the homeworld Deliverance, if I remember correctly, their actual fortress that the chapter/legion holds is on the moon of 𝐾𝐫𝐿, and it is called, of course, the Raven Spire. Because of course it has to be edgy.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But just to on Bart's comment, Homeworld, it was technical slavery, but Deliverance was a forge world. Essentially, the same people as the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Oh, okay.
So it was slavery more, and they just had zero care for human life. They wanted the production targets met, and they didn't care how many had to die to do it.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
And it was that full-on disregard for human life that made Corvus essentially want to fight back.
And when it comes to Corvus, again, he's one that's in modern setting he's MIA, but it's most likely he is still in the warp, mainly due to a single short story that came out a while ago, where I guess I should sort of explain a bit beforehand that even though the Primarchs are made using the Emperor's genetic material, they are also fully, that even before the traitors were converted, they were all, what's the correct word? They were already infused with the warp. They were already half etheric already. And there was a story where in the warp a bunch of word bearers were being attacked by a shadow creature, to the point where Lorgar, now a demon form, had to step out of his tower to see what was happening, and he pretty much said, "That's not a monster, that's my brother Corvus."
Yeah.
So he pretty much been able to, I don't really know exactly what happened, but he has been able to utilize the warp path of his body and has become pretty much a shadow crow creature.
Huh.
Because he's not edgy enough.
Small
But
fan.
again, this was a single short story from a good number of years ago, and I think it was set a couple thousand years ago as well. But so as far as we're aware, he's still not dead. He is just stalking his brother in the warp. Which I think would kind of be cool if he comes back. I would like to see how that's treated as a model.
Interesting.
Anyway, and when it comes to the chapter master, this is actually quite a recent elevation, but it is 𝐴𝐵 who this has actually only happened within the last year. As for a good while now, their chapter master had been someone called 𝐂𝐴𝐵, but he actually never wanted to be chapter master. He was sort of elevated due to an emergency. And pretty much for the entire time in office, he has been searching for a worthy successor. And has chosen the now former captain of the first company. So he has now stepped down, and 𝐴𝐵 has taken his place.
Drink
We
water, you
actually don't know
dehydrated
much
bitch.
more after that, because like I said, it's a very recent update to the lore.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
he did recently get a model, and it's really cool looking. So, with the successors, my favourite chapter of all are the Raptors. Lots of people refer to them jokingly as the Reasonable Marines,
Reasonable Marines.
because even though Space Marines are meant to be like special forces, they are still just giant guys in brightly coloured armour. Where these guys are stealthy like the Raven Guard, but they will actually use camouflage. They'll actually change the colour of their armour to fit the environment.
Oh, okay.
So they actually have been getting quite a large following in the last few years.
Yeah.
But I always just found them really interesting. And then there's the Necropolis Hawks, the Rift Stalkers, and the Black Guard. Which the Black Guard especially are hilarious because they are an armoured specialist chapter. They work best using
dog.
tanks and mobile artillery. But because they're Raven Guard and they're stealthy, they can sneak the tanks into good positions before they use them.
Okay.
Because why not?
Yeah. That's pretty cool, though. Smart. I do like the Raptors, how they like change the armor to match the environment. That's pretty cool.
Mm. Got that adaptive camouflage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like they'll use camo cloaks, which are pretty much like obviously a cloak that sort of will change colour to whatever environment it's around. They will actually like paint their armour differently. They will use the environment to sort of smirch into it to sort of at least change the colour slightly. They will just sort of do stuff to aid in it.
That's pretty cool.
And here's the edgy boy.
He is edgy, holy shit. Okay.
Look, leave the boy alone. He just wants to rap how no one understands him and writes poetry.
So dumb.
Well, I mean,
Right.
apparently, the final word that he was ever recorded of saying before he disappeared was "nevermore,"
Oh, of course.
which was taken directly from the bloody poem. Was it
Yeah.
the Raven?
Yep.
Because
Of
again,
course.
this setting is subtle. Anyway, now I think it's the final Legion.
Yep, the most mysterious and confusing of the lot. The Alpha Legion. Also known as the Hydra. Because cut off one head and another will take its place. Now, the fact is, this Legion is by official rules they are heretics,
Okay.
but their actions are very, very contradictory and confusing. Part of this is theorized as the fact that uniquely to this Legion, they have two Primarchs, Alfarius and Omegon. Though both of them would introduce themselves as Alfarius or Omegon, as if they are separate.
Interesting.
To give an example, throughout all of history, Alfarius has been reported to be slain several times. And even in one of the books, we see Dawn quite literally kill Alfarius. At this point, and even during the heresy, sometimes they'd sabotage the traitors or sell them out. Other times, they'd attack the loyalists, and as we covered in the Raven Guard, they sabotage the project.
Pest Legion. Getting a lot of mixed signals from these guys.
Yep.
Well, I mean, let's say, think of it this way: the Roman numeral for 20 is 2 X's. They're literally the fucking double cross Legion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's lots of theories of it's quite literally either the Legion itself had a civil war. The twin Primarchs both picked a side and tried to kill each other, or they both decided to purposely play both sides. It has come to a point where a meme is "I am Alfarius."
Huh.
Because it is covered that they use body doubles. Give explanation. Alfarius and 𝐿-𝐻𝐷𝐿 were small for Primarchs, which still meant they were bigger than the average Legionary.
Yeah.
But for example, one called 𝐂𝐡𝐻𝐿 was tall for a regular Space Marine and would frequently be used as a body double. And it's hinted they did this with a few Marines.
Okay.
So you never knew exactly if you were talking to Alfarius and a Megon or if you were talking to a body double.
Okay.
Which probably covers of how Alfarius has been killed several times, yet it's still kept reappearing.
Huh.
Though Alfarius has also doesn't seem to have reappeared after being killed by Dawn. Some have claimed to be him, but nothing's been official.
Yeah, this is what I was going to quickly add on, is we may possibly know more in a few more years, because it's always stated that Dawn killed Alfarius, but then there was also, I think, a note somewhere that during the Scouring, which took place afterwards, that Guilliman killed Omegon. But again, that was one line years ago. They may possibly expand on it with the new Scouring book series, or it might be just something that will just sort of leave out and keep mysterious again.
Yeah.
I like how you guys have to wait for like lore drops, like years of like gaps.
Well,
That's how you make it seem. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, no, but it's because quite a lot of it is simply lore in like a rule book, because it might be like a single paragraph or sentence. But then, obviously, then later down the line, they might make a novel series out of it, which will obviously expand more on it.
Okay.
So for example, like what Poplar said a bit earlier, the heresy was literally just something mentioned in passing about why you can have Space Marines fighting each other, and then it's expanded out into a massive 50+. Well, I think it's like 70+ novels now, and over 150 short stories.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
And it's,
all right.
and it's still ongoing.
Oh my god.
And all because of like a single sentence that was written about 35 years ago.
Yeah.
Lore is
like
purposely obtuse. Okay.
Yeah, it's purposely made muddled and contradictory.
That's
the idea that,
so annoying.
Yeah.
I would be so annoyed, bro.
His idea is every, like, with the exception of the lore books where you're seeing from someone's point of view, most of the lore snippets are basically put forward the idea of it's someone else recording something.
So it's basically everything could mean something and not something can mean everything. It's okay. It's fucking wild. All right.
Yeah, personally,
from my experience through reading the lore, it's actually nowhere near, I think, as complicated as you feel it is right now when we're sort of talking about it in that sense.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near as bad as it actually feels like.
Yeah.
And obviously he is the Alfarius or Omegon.
Look at him.
And you'll notice
6 scale armor.
And you'll notice the Marines as well.
Oh yeah, oh my god, yeah.
They're all bald, like olive skin, and may have like a like Hydra tattoo on them or something.
Huh.
Yeah.
They all will look just like him. I mean, we should sort of state that every single Primarch, that person will inherit some sort of facial similarity to the Primarch taken, but some will inherit it a lot more than others.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
for example, obviously...
Alpha Legion especially, but even the Sons of Horus had some who would look almost identical to him. And they would sort of become their own little circle.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the most blatant is obviously the Salamanders with the essentially coal textured skin and red eyes.
Yeah.
You have the Alpha Legion, where they all have the similar face and all their skin, but they all purposely shape their heads to look more similar.
Okay.
And all stuff like that.
Huh.
And of course, with this one, the homeworld is unknown.
Nice.
Some theorize they were the last found, others theorize they never actually left Terra. And
Yeah,
other theorize they were they actually landed on a ship, and they were a fleet based.
Huh.
Yeah, and saying that, a couple years ago, they actually made a novel about Alfarius, and it made every single one of those origins that Reed just said true.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
But at the same time, the book started with this line: "I am Alfarius, and this is a lie." But the entire book could have just been bullshit.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. So one Alpha Legionnaire that we get a clear view on is what is known as 𝐂𝐡𝐻, who essentially in the North Heresy was constantly working against the Alpha Legion in the name of the Imperium. Constantly staying one step ahead until Alfarius and 𝐿 essentially hunted him down and confronted him.
Huh.
Or that was the plan all along.
Yeah. That's kind of the bullshit of the Alpha Legion, is they're essentially constantly trying to do 5D chess against each other and everyone else.
Yeah.
Which is why it's so freaking confusing.
Huh. They sound high maintenance.
Yeah. Alright. I'd say that's the last Legion. Is there any one in particular you want to ask questions about? Or
No, I got the one I wanted. I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I was going to say, don't ask us anything about the Alpha Legion. We've literally said everything.
Oh, well, now I want to know more.
okay, they're bold. That's all you need. they all look the same. They're all just a legion of bold men.
Oh, well, it's terrifying. Even they don't know whose side they're on anymore.
Yeah. Well, past here we have just like the Imperial Guard, the Navy,
Yeah.
Tower Orcs, and Tyranids. But considering it's now 8, I don't think we have time for them.
Yeah. I mean, we'll do a third. We'll do a third part. We'll do a third part
Yeah.
at some point. When are you guys free again next time? Probably not. Like, Bark, when are you free?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, if you ever want to do it on a Wednesday stream, we probably have enough time to do it then.
Okay.
But in the terms of, because I always try to do it on my holidays, I think the next time is at the end of August.
Oh, yeah, that'll be fine then. We can do it another one at the end of August. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just quickly double check. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
here now.
Obviously, you let me know, and then I can work around you guys. Because this would be good to finish. This would be really cool to finish. Obviously, I don't want to rush the ending. That wouldn't be fun. All right, then.
Yeah, so I've got 3 days off at the end of August.
I can't. I hear her.
Bark, I'm sorry. But you will always find me with a big smile on my face.
Hadu had to come and ruin it. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I've got 3 days off at the end of August.
Okay, you let me know what days they are, and I'll work with you around that.
Okay, I mean, I think like the easiest thing again, I'm nearer the time, but the 27th is another Thursday.
All right. Let me see. Anything happen? August 27, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for now, I can say yes. I don't know what's going to be happening, because I gotta remember my mom's going into surgery around the 17th and stuff like that, so I gotta keep that in mind as well. But I should be good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I should be okay. Yeah, this is fun though. We literally the entire stream was us just talking about the legions. It was cool though.
Yeah, at the very least, we finished off at a perfect spot. We got that chunk done.
Yeah, how much is left out of curiosity?
Quick check.
Oh yeah, you've got the actual list.
Alright, so let's see. So 13 slides.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, we could definitely do that.
Yeah.
No, in August. That sounds good.
Yeah.
So, is it towel lore out of date? Is it like how many things are out of date?
Yes.
Not all, almost all of it, probably.
Give it a few months when the new rule books start coming out for 11th edition. So yes, we're almost out of date.
This whole video is gonna be pointless.
Well, no. To be honest, most of it won't actually change. It was just they would have maybe added a few new things.
Ah, okay. I can't wait to get to the term. What the fuck?
That's 𝐂𝐻𝐿.
Bless you.
Yeah, we don't know which one's which though.
Yes.
I'll just leave you on that.
I can't wait to get to the Tyranids though. It's gonna be fun. That's what I'm looking forward to next. Good old Tyranids.
I can yap about my goodest boys.
Goodest.
They're all friend shaped.
They're all friend shaped. Everything's friend shaped. You just have to believe hard enough.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hang on.
Yeah.
What is this?
Just don't boot the snoot. It won't end well.
All right, let me end it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you guys so much, as always.
It was fun.
Let me hide the Discord screen. Hang on. I put it under Nike. All right. As always, guys, thank you, Bark and Reed, for joining. It was definitely fun. I closed everything, right? Yeah, I did. Again, we'll be doing this again in August, the final part. For the time being, Yami is staring at me so hard right now.
She knows it's end time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. Again, thank you, Armia, so much for the raid. Truly, thank you so much, and everybody who decided to stick around. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. And everyone who pitched in with lore drops and stuff like that. That was definitely worth. Green Knight on the other side on YouTube. Thank you so much for also some lore drops over there on that side. I appreciate that as well. We'll definitely be doing more of these tavern chatters, whatever the fuck I'm calling them. I don't even know what I called it.
Tavern chatter.
There it is.
How do you not know what you called it?
There was a quick naming. I might rebrand it at some point. But we'll be doing more things like this. I don't know what else we could do. I mean, there's also like a bunch of different lore stuff we can look into for different games and stuff like that. So we'll probably do more stuff like this in the future. I think that'd be really fun and stuff like that. Maybe get a bunch of different people who like different topics and learn what they like and all that.
Yeah, that'd be cool to do.
All that bamboozling stuff. So we'll definitely look more into this. I think this will be a fun little series to do every few months and stuff like that. That'd be really cool. Overall, if you guys enjoyed the content, hit that follow button on Twitch. If you're watching over on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment down below, and hit that notification bell. If you want to join our socials, feel free to do so. I'll take care of the YouTube side. Next, he'll be calling it what did you say? Dark Red Tavern. Yeah, we're dropping Crimson Tavern. We're going to Dark Red Tavern next.
No. It's gonna be lightish red tavern.
Tavern after dark. But yeah, feel free to join our socials. I'm usually very active on Discord for the most part. If I'm not, sidetracked, we're doing something else. And if you want to follow our YouTube channel, I would appreciate that as well. Feel free to do so. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, which would be really awesome to do by the end of the year. If not, that's okay. Yeah. I'm gonna get a raid ready. And all that shenanigans. Who are we raiding? Oh, okay, perfect. We're gonna raid Yoden. He's doing Vtuber the Summer Slam. So we're gonna go raid him. He's doing a good old charity. We gotta support that stuff. You know what I mean? So yes, guys, with that, I hope you guys have a fantastic Friday tomorrow. Enjoy your tomorrow. For most of you, your Thursday's mostly done. All right, my Thursday just basically started. So yeah, with that, guys, I love you all. Stay safe, have a good one, and
Drink water,
enjoy
you dehydrated bitch.
the Yoden raid. Oh, we gotta hydrate right on, bud. All right, bye. Goodbye. Bye. Bye-bye.